Alright, let's see what's on.
But that's not all. The Switch 2 attaches controllers with electromagnetic technology!
Cool.
4K raw power.
Do you struggle with unexpected movements? Shut up! You may be...
It's been a long time, Gamebird Classic.
Papa?
Sure. What is bothering you, my child?
It's just, tonight's the Nintenbyte Podcast and I have nothing to wear. And I'm scared.
But child, the Nintenbyte Podcast unleashed a new line of merch, including sick t-shirts.
Really?
Here, I'll show you. Gaze into the power!
The future is now! That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're unleashing the brand new Nintenbyte Podcast merch!
So rad. Nintenbyte rules.
Introducing the Nintenbyte Podcast shirt! Each shirt is made with 100% farm-fresh carrot fibers!
Carrot.
We turned a carrot into a shirt! But that's not all! Presenting the Nintenbyte Pint Glass for all you milk lovers! Nintenbyte offers a variety of merch! And never miss the mark!
I'm Nintendo Prime. I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic. So order now while your body is ready.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast Season 2, Episode 20. And if things go as planned, that's the second to last time you're going to see that for the intro. So we'll see what happens. There's something cooking behind the scenes. How we doing, everybody? We got a packed show for you guys today. We got special guest Mike Odyssey. How's it going, Mike?
What's going on? Going good.
Awesome. We have the melting Gamebird Classic.
How we doing? Happy to be here.
That's awesome. The Spice Lord.
Yeah.
Fear the deer with the Green Bay Packer mix. That's what I like. Next thing you know, Wisconsin Badgers like on the back of his head shaved in or something.
Yeah, right.
Then we got the arcade game Turtles 2 Thunderstash Gaming. Hell yeah.
Did you guys all play that?
Oh fuck yeah.
Yeah, in the arcades growing up?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. How could you not?
I know.
If you were alive back then, old enough to even touch a stick, come on.
Yep.
Not that stick.
Yeah. Well, if you were, you always got stick fix.
Yeah, there's always stick fix.
Always stick fix, man. Can't forget about that.
Yeah, I wish it existed for the arcades back then. You know, some of those sticks were a little loose. They could have used some fixing.
Yeah, that is true. Actually,
yeah,
your expertise would have been helpful back then.
Exactly. That being said, I'm Nintendo Prime. How you guys doing? We got a really big show for you guys today. Of course, at this point, it feels like every show is big in the lead up to Switch 2. Because, guys, we only have one more show before Switch 2 is here. Because for those who don't know out there, you might be like, shouldn't it be two shows? No. We're moving the June 4th one to June 5th because like almost all of us are attending midnight launches. We're like, we're going to stream from the line. We could. I will be streaming from the line, but I try to run an actual professional. Is this a professional? I don't know. A show from the line might be a little difficult. So, anyways, we're going to be live on June 5th, and like everybody and their mother wants on June 5th. Mike wants on June 5th. I literally everyone I invited. It's like half the people I invited for the next 3 months all want to be on June 5th. And I'm like, okay, well, I can't do that. So I'm like, who, like Mike gave me multiple dates. A lot of people gave me multiple dates. I'm like, so who only gave me June 5th and nothing else? I gotta sort through all of this. So I'm trying to get everybody on. We have so many people that want
This was my strategy. I put the first date today on top. Yeah. I put June 5th in the middle, and then I put another date at the end, so your eyes go straight to the middle.
See, yeah, because I'm even looking at our podcast list just so people know we got coming up, just for the guests. I'm not gonna tell what day they're coming on. Obviously, Mike Odyssey's here today, but we have like Demeech. Demeech has never been on before. The reason he's on, we met him, PAX East. It's pretty cool getting a new person on the show. Mr. Robot Joe coming back on. Sky Sword Alyssa, N64 Joss, Hoops and Hip Hop, Nintendo Talk, Super Metal Dave, Tucker, you guys know him. John Nebo coming back for first time in a while. Obviously, Deacon Sandstorm. He wasn't going to miss out coming back. The guy loves this show. Nick with no K. He hasn't been on in a long time. Rogers Base. Look at that. Somehow we got Rogers Base in the rotation twice in a row. How the fuck did that happen?
Wild.
He must like Gamebird. That's what it is. He sees the button-down shirt and he's like, dude, I got to come back for that every time. Nintendo Land, which hopefully he's not moving for this next appearance. That's why he's not here this week. And yeah, maybe Andres Restart at some point, but he couldn't get back. He's moving this week himself as well. So we'll see. He wants to get on.
So he's restarting somewhere else.
He's restarting somewhere else. Yeah. By the way, shout out to Andres.
In the name.
He hit 50,000 subscribers last night. Big deal for him.
Oh, yeah.
We're always going to show some love to him. He was one of the original co-hosts of the Nintenbyte Podcast. Always want to show love to him. He works really, really hard. He's trying to do this thing full time, and he did it. I'm so happy for him. He was so worried he wasn't going to get his goal before Switch 2 came out. I'm like, dude, your videos are popping off. You're going to get there. Have some faith. And he just wrapped up his 50K celebration live stream right before we started. Nice. Probably because he didn't want to open. So congrats, buddy. Love you. Enjoy the move. We'll talk after the move and find an episode to get you on. Still have a few slots. Anyways, all right. So let's go ahead and get to the topics here. Eric, let's have you go first today. So you have the pick of the four. What do you want to do? I make good notes, I think. Today.
Yeah. Well, since we were talking about it before the podcast, let's go with Nintendo announced that they're attending Gamescom.
Ooh.
Right.
Okay. All right. Let's go. That's gonna be a fun one. All right. Gosh, who wants to go next? I make you guys rock, paper, scissors for this? We've never done it before. Rock, paper, scissors?
I do 1, 2, shoot. What do you do?
Gamer, we're talking to you, buddy.
What was the question? Sorry.
Paper, rock, scissors. I do 1, 2, shoot. So like 1, 2, and then
Perfect.
And I do the first two wins.
Okay.
Best 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3. Yeah.
Sometimes when I say it, people get it confused, and then so I just want to make it clear. First 2 wins, 1, 2, shoot.
2 out of 3.
You got it. Sorry, glasses are fogging up really bad. It's steamy in here, guys. I don't know if it's Switch 2 weeks away.
It's just you.
Or if it's just me. But let's do this, man. Ready?
All right. Okay, ready?
Wait. Hold on.
Shoot.
No. 1, 2, shoot.
No, I thought it was 1, 2, shoot.
Well, I go 1, 2, shoot.
1, 2, shoot.
All right, we're going to 1, 2, shoot it. Stash style.
Shoot it.
And
ready?
Let's do it. Yep.
1, 2,
shoot. Ah! Damn you, dude. Damn you.
It's only one. Only one. You got to do it again. So. First.
Bullshit. Rigged. All right. Ready?
Here we go. Try again now.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
1, 2,
shoot.
shoot.
Yes.
I love the delay. There's a
I'm
delay.
like, yeah, I'm trying to learn the input lag
Yeah,
here.
there's a delay.
All right, we got a tiebreaker.
I feel like I'm playing with a Mad Catz controller.
Right. Okay. Dude,
Here we
I'm
go,
burning
here we
up,
go.
man.
I love the internet delay.
Hold on. Let me take a sip.
Well, this is intense. This is for all the marbles.
I feel the burn. All right. It's the final countdown, Stash Man. It's now or never.
Okay. One,
1, 2.
two,
Shoot.
shoot.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Yes.
What the hell is that?
I knew what I was going with. I knew from the get go I was going to go rock there.
Okay. All right, Stash.
Brutal.
I knew exactly as you did scissors. I will go rock.
I'll see you in hell.
I'll take the third party cleanup.
The third party cleanup. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's a couple of good topics in there. Kind of a combo. All right, Gamer, what do you want?
I will go with two good topics. I'll go with Mario Kart World details and overall hype check.
All right, that leaves me with the rumor and leak roundup, which there's a hell of a lot more of them than I actually realized when I started doing it. I'm like, man, I haven't really talked about rumors and leaks on here in a while, so we got quite a bit in there. All right, well, I guess we got to go over to Eric. What the fuck are we talking about? Actually, before we do that, hold on. We had a super chat. I mean, there's been a number of them, but one of them, I feel like it really matters because we're having to love the beards, but they want a candy check quick. So I'm about to eat some Sweet Tarts. So Sweet Tarts original.
Warhead cubes.
Your Warhead cube thing.
All right.
Oh, the Sour Punch. Yeah.
Oh, wow. We got a double dose of Sour Punch tonight. I've already broken in.
And just
And
in
then
case you guys were wondering,
got myself a little
I'll have
Fuck you.
plenty of Airheads.
Fuck you.
Got a little
My
Skittles
Costco
appetizer.
My Costco trip's like
tonight.
next week, but it's after the podcast, so I'm still not gonna have them. And then I also have a Kit Kat. Got a little chocolate love in here,
Dude, what
See,
size is that?
dude. This is like the Super King. I didn't even know this existed until today. Super King size.
How many kits you got? Or cats, what do we want to call it? How many slices you got there?
Yeah,
Looks like 12.
I think it's 3. So
Looks like 12.
Nice.
Obviously, I've already had some. God, it's fucking chocolate. Come on now.
Ah, Kit Kats are so good.
They are so good. Anyways, so yeah, there's some candy going on. Don't worry, guys. Thanks to Stash, there's now a candy rush almost every single time. All right, we got that one out of the way. If you guys watching want to get your questions and stuff for the Q&A section, you guys can super chat them in or statements. We'll try to feature them throughout the show if they're relevant to what we're talking about. That being said, Eric, what the hell are we talking about?
Well, Nintendo has announced that they are coming to Gamescom. Gamescom is taking place August 20th through the 24th, and Nintendo does not attend it every year. The last time they attended it was when there was a rumor they were showing off demos for Switch 2 to devs behind closed doors. So, what do we think they're showing off? And then, do we also think they'll be at PAX West? And do they show the same stuff there, or do they change it up a little bit?
Ooh. Let's go to our guest first, Mike. What are you thinking?
Okay. So the question is, will there be a PAX West? Yes, I think they'll be there. And Gamescom, I think that for the first time, we'll probably see them take stage and announce some games for next year and Switch 2. Because it's the beginning of I think that will probably take the place of the Nintendo Direct, right? For next year. And they'll come up and say a couple of really exciting announcements, including maybe some third-party games, right? So talk more about the Switch, push the Switch, and try to get it out there.
What games do you think they're gonna have any games to demo?
Yeah, I think they'll have all current games that are gonna be out, and they'll announce some games. I guess one of my top 3 games I think that they're going to announce.
Sure, go for it.
New Zelda game, new Animal Crossing, and Splatoon 4.
What? Okay, yeah, just drop all the bangers in one go, why don't we?
Yeah.
Mike's back, guys. He's back to the pipe dream. I love it.
New Zelda game, Animal Crossing, and Splatoon 4. next year.
He's drinking that Nintendo Kool-Aid.
Yeah, and you know what? The only reason he didn't say 3D Mario is because September Direct is still coming up. You gotta say
3D Mario is too easy of a guess. It's coming, and it's gonna be probably announced this year. But yeah, and then PAX West is gonna be awesome because I think they're gonna do a Nintendo. What do they call it? Nintendo Live?
Nintendo Live.
Yeah, Nintendo Live. They organized it. PAX organized it for Nintendo, and I think this is the best year to do it since we have Switch 2, and so it's a good time to do the live thing.
You know, we'll see if they do that. I'd be interested because I feel like how early did they announce Nintendo Live last time? Like they usually always attend PAX West. They haven't missed one outside of the Nintendo Live year, but they were partnered with PAX for that. So I'm kind of curious, like if they're going to do a lot, because they seem to only ever do one a year, and they kind of travel the world with it. And I think last year was Australia, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know if it's going to come back to the U.S. this year. It could be at a different country. That doesn't mean they won't be at PAX West though, because they're always there because it's in Nintendo's backyard.
They already announced it. Yeah, they already announced the PAX West.
Did they announce PAX West? I don't think they announced for PAX West.
I saw the announcement. Yeah,
The
They
dates.
announced Gamescom.
No, I saw PAX West. Let me go get it.
I mean, if they already announced, that's awesome.
Yeah, PAX West, May 22nd, 2025. Wait, go on sale. The tickets go on sale for PAX West.
Go on sale. Yeah, we know about that.
So,
but I don't think Nintendo's announced for PAX West yet.
Oh, well,
I don't
okay.
think
No, I'm saying PAX West wasn't there.
But Nintendo always is there because it's in their backyard, like Nintendo's backyard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anyways, because I might be going. I sent the text today to good old Prime Mom. Hey, Mama
Prime,
will you take the kiddos from this date to this date? Because right now the future of my channel rests in your answer to this.
I was going to ask you that because Michaela was asking, about. Did you ask the guys yet again about going?
We asked her about booking and stuff.
I said, I haven't yet. Nate and Eric, they just got back. They're probably trying to get settled in, get caught up, get the laundry done, all the things that you do when you get back from vacation.
Yeah.
But I was saying, I said, maybe
June, and I'm slammed.
Yeah, I said, maybe you'll be able to get the kids watched.
Yeah, that's the thing. That was the big thing. Because the bottom line is, I can't do 2 of these trips a year without Yulia coming. It's too hard on her, which is understandable. Taking care of 3 kids is a lot. And in the, Labor Day weekend is when this happens because that's when PAX West is every year. Like, I'm not going to leave you in that situation. So she's got to come with, which is fine. She's never been on a work trip with me, so it'll be exciting for her. And if Michaela's with or whatever, I don't know.
She was saying that she was hoping she would go.
But that would be
really
cool
go.
Then,
Well, yeah, because, then it's a guy's trip with one lady. Yeah.
Yeah. One lady. It's a little awkward,
Mrs. Gamebird is interested in coming along too. If again, it's a matter. I'm probably going to be going no matter what. But we got the kids too, so we
That's my thing. Is
the same arrangement.
Eric's good no matter what. We're just trying to see if my mom won't take the kids, and it's like, well, it is Labor Day weekend. I can kind of try to finagle it with my sister, maybe. See if she'll do it. I really don't want to ask her, but that's my last resort option. So I asked Mama first. I'm like, look, it's just the boys. Our daughter will be somewhere else. Don't worry about it. So we'll see what happens. What happens.
Mama Odyssey, not Mama Odyssey. My Miss Odyssey, Mrs. Odyssey is not a gamer. She only plays Pac-Man and Candy Crush.
That's okay.
And then my girl, my youngest is a teenager, so I'm good.
My wife, I'd say my wife isn't a gamer, and she'll tell you she's not a gamer. She's playing Fortnite right now, and she has been for the last 2 hours, which is more time than I've spent playing video games this week.
You like it or not, that is a gamer. That's a gamer.
Yeah. Well, you can deny, honey. You play more games than I do at this point. I say that when Switch 2 comes out, next thing you know, I'm plowing like hundreds of hours over the next couple of months. Anyways, cool, awesome. So let's see. How about Gamebird? What are you thinking about Gamescom, PAX West? What's Nintendo doing here? What's going on?
Oh man, I think it's likely the demo, like if they have demo stations at Gamescom, we're probably going to see those same demo stations at PAX West. I imagine maybe one exception, a game that's at one and not the other. But I think overall they're going to be re-demoing the same things that they already have. I think a very likely contender for a game is the new Hyrule Warriors game that's coming out in winter. We already got kind of a teaser / story trailer for it. I imagine we'll be seeing that game again probably really soon. We need a release date for that one. And if I remember correctly, the last PAX that Nintendo had demo kiosks at, they featured Echoes of Wisdom there. So it wouldn't be unprecedented for a Zelda game to be at PAX. I agree with Mike. I think some of the games that maybe are already out will still be demoed there, as Switch 2 is still going to be the brand new hot item. Yeah. So I'm sure Mario Kart World will be there at some capacity, as well as some of the other games that were available at the experience that both you and Stash got to go to. But I also expect some new Nintendo announcements between now and then. And I would not be surprised to see, other than Hyrule Warriors, like one other special game. I'm trying to remember how it is for Pokemon if they demo Pokemon games. I can't recall if that's something that we've seen at shows like that. Off the top of my head, we have. Okay, so Pokemon would be another one that would make sense, as well as, again, maybe something new that we just haven't seen yet, hasn't been announced yet, that's yet to be announced at Summer Games Fest or a Nintendo Direct between then. But I definitely think they have a presence at both. I think I'm not sure about an exclusive reveal for Switch 2 at Gamescom. I see that more likely at Summer Games Fest, but I definitely expect to see a lot of third-party games with that Switch 2 logo landing on the bottom of the trailer with the release date. I expect day and date, maybe some that are coming at a later time, and it wouldn't be a shocker to see any of those showing up at both Gamescom and PAX. That's kind of where I'm sitting.
Speaking of Summer Games Fest, I saw Jeff at Epic Universe yesterday.
Yeah, I was gonna say he was one of the invited.
He wasn't even making games. I'm like, Jeff, what are you doing here, man? Don't you have a show like in 5 days?
Media. Shout out to True Dude. Thank you so much for the 25. He's saying, let's spread the love for Switch 2. You're at the right podcast if you want excitement around Switch 2.
Baby.
This is the show to be. Okay, lots of negativity out there. And we cover some of that stuff. But look, I don't think there's been a single negative. I don't think there's even a single episode we can say has been negative about Switch 2. So, awesome. Thank you so much for that. I'll just go next and get this out of the way because someone super chatted in one that I think this is getting announced in June. I think this is going to be that extra game from Nintendo we don't know about, and that is Luigi's Mansion 4.
That's what I was thinking too.
And I think it will be demoed at Gamescom and at PAX West. Really? I think that'll be the new holiday big one that they're demoing there. Pokemon Company might have their own demos potentially there for Legends as a possibility. They're going to have others. I do agree, like Mario Kart World and others will probably still be on demo because the system's so new. But I do think that there's going to be some key third-party titles they might demo as well coming out later this year. Maybe we don't even know the date yet. Maybe Borderlands 4, since we don't have a date for that yet. Maybe that gets demoed there on Switch 2. Could be some other stuff as well. It's really interesting because at these events, Capcom usually shows up with their own booth, so they could have their own Switch 2 demo units there. The big thing to remember is once Switch 2 is out, now third parties can have Switch 2 units in their demo booths. So you can see Switch 2 demos, just not at Nintendo's booth. It could be at the third parties. So I think it's going to be really, really interesting. What else is gonna be showcased there, because Nintendo tends to keep it pretty concise. They usually have like one big game they theme around, and then they just have a lot of other like smaller demo things. And I think Luigi's Mansion 4 will be that big game they demo around, and then they'll just have like the Switch 2 experience one where they have like 10 other demos of other games that are kind of smaller. They do this at E3 too a lot. There's always like the one game that they have most of the demo kiosks for, and then a section that has like a bunch of smaller ones.
That Luigi's Mansion booth at E3 was so freaking awesome.
The Luigi's Mansion 3 one was sick.
Yeah.
Dude, they built like a little mini mansion room. It was awesome.
It was freaking
That's
awesome.
rad.
Dude, they had ghosts like flying around and stuff, like all 3D. It was sick.
Their booths at E3 were always so epic. It always felt like little Disneyland experiences. Were really cool. The 2 years that I went was New Donk City and the Breath of the Wild setup that they had.
That's crazy. We were there the same year.
I was there. Wild.
Yeah.
We're all there.
I was with Devolver Digital for 3 days. partying up
wow.
across the street. Yeah,
Dude, that sounds rad. I love Devolver.
I
we
do
were just
too.
running circles. We were just
Yes.
running circles at the Nintendo booth
Yes,
all
yes,
of
we were.
E3 2016. I played hours and
Yes.
hours of Breath
Yes,
of
we
the
did.
Wild.
Dude, the line was so stupid. Do you guys remember the size of the line for Breath of the
Yes.
Wild?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
And I kept doing it. And
And,
funny thing is, I never needed to because we already had a media thing where we were going to
Yeah,
go meet
right,
and get to play.
right.
And at that point, we had already played it like 3 times.
right.
Because all we were doing is
Yeah.
just going in circles.
Yeah.
Get right back in line.
The real shitty part was we came up in line and they had moved the line and we had gotten cut in front of by some of these other people. And was it Reggie that walked up and was like, this group of people, and it was like a few people right in front of us. We would have been in the group of people if those other people hadn't, like, they had moved the line and had cut those other people in front of us. It's like, son of a bitch.
Yeah.
This is dumb.
No. And the thing was, he said, well, you guys have been waiting a long time. Like, dude, they just walked up.
Yeah, those
They
guys
literally
just
hadn't
walked up.
waited at all.
Yeah.
They literally got here like 5 seconds ago.
The workers shifted the line and screwed shit up, and we had somehow ended up at the back of the
It's
line.
not-
and
it's
then
not
they
that
took
big a
the
deal.
No, but it was like, really?
We
This
had an
sucks.
opportunity to be with the Reginator
Yeah.
and get on stage.
Right?
That's so funny.
That's all right. That's all right. You stole my Reggie moment.
Yeah, right.
Now I need to get a Doug Bowser moment. It's gonna happen. I know Mike got his Doug Bowser moment. I saw the photos.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll get mine someday. It'll happen.
Yeah, I'd like to meet Doug. It's not as exciting as the Reginator. I had nothing against Doug. Doug seems like a great guy, but
Doug's getting a lot of shit right now. So
yeah, I know.
it doesn't help that the weird marketing cycle for Switch 2 right now. But you know what? Doug, I'll meet you at better times. Let's meet around the Zelda, big 3D Zelda announcement demo time. Let's meet then. Everyone's gonna be hyped at that point. No one's gonna
I don't think about Miyamoto moment too.
Yeah, I know. I want a Miyamoto moment as well. I want an Aonuma moment.
Hey guys, the clock's ticking.
Nintendo, you give me a challenge. Tell me what subscriber count I need to get to in order to interview Eiji Aonuma and Miyamoto. We'll make it happen. All right.
I'll die.
Well, you want a mill? Fuck it. Let's go. Mill during Switch 2 for that interview. Let's do it. I don't think it's gonna make a difference. They're gonna tell me to fuck off because I swear. So you can't swear. I'm not gonna swear in the interview. I know how to be professional.
Right.
Fuck. Anyways, all right. I went. Let's see, Eric. It's a topic. What do you?
Real quick. I'm glad you mentioned Borderlands 3. I just want to add this real quick. I do think it makes sense for them to have a strong presence for games that support the mouse mode. I mean, that's one of the big new features of Switch 2. I know both you, Stash, and Mike got to experience it. For a lot of people, seeing was believing. People who weren't sure about it tried out and like, oh my gosh, this swapping over seamless. So I imagine like a big focus on that for these demos.
Yeah. It's like something like it's like it's always on, so it's never off. You know, like when you switch it on and off. I confirm that it's always on. When I played that really, I'm sorry, it's not boring. It's just a low entertainment value. Civilization 7. Because when you flip it and you play on mouse mode, all the buttons on the side still work, even the joystick.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
Stash.
I literally have 4 buttons on the side of my mouse right here. Like that's normal.
They still work. Although for Civilization, the joystick had no function whatsoever. It was just there working.
Sure, yeah.
It got in the way a lot and messed you up a lot. But it's just always on.
Yeah. And the thing, they have those I've seen a lot of 3D printed mouse shells popping up for Switch 2, so I think that can solve some of the ergonomic issues with that too.
Sure, yeah.
I might even have 2 different ones, like one that kind of blocks up the control stick so you don't actually bump it when you're doing buttons for games that don't support it. Like I'm not surprised Civilization doesn't because it is a PC game. Like
I would have not pre-ordered the one I did at GameStop if I knew that like right now we're getting sent products everywhere from every single product maker for Switch 2. Like sending stuff over. I'm like,
you're probably getting a lot more stuff than me. I the only stuff I've gotten are things that are for sponsorships, and it's just like a lot of very similar products that have like one different feature compared to the rest. I have nothing coming from mouse stuff. By the way, companies making that stuff, can I get one of you to reach out? That'd be great. Like I actually want to try it. instead of buying something off Etsy. That would be wonderful. Anyways, so but I know you always get a ton of shit.
I think it's because they see this stuff out here. Like,
I mean, you're Indie Mania, buddy. Of course you get tons of shit. What are we talking about? And then Ash just walks up with a massive package. Of course, that's him every day walking around.
What?
I was saying, you just show up with a massive package, and I'm like, that's the way Stash is all day walking around. So I guess nothing new for this guy.
It's Switch to accessories.
That's
true.
I had one show up today.
Yeah.
Someone expressed it to me one day overnight shipping. And I'm like, you guys know that sponsorship isn't for like 2 weeks. You didn't have to overnight that thing. But
Yeah, it's expensive.
But this is what you do. This is what you do. So you do. You create a package. Well, I'm not talking about not that package. You create a package, okay? And what you do is say, okay, you want it shown on Switch 2? Well, for this much more, I'll do 2 videos for you. I'll show it before, and then I'll show it after once the Switch arrives, and then you extra bucks, a little extra bucks. It works.
I'm actually,
Oh my god, I'm so wet right now.
I know. He's hearing all these accessories getting sent out, all this sponsorship money flying around.
The charger, man.
And you know what? I'm still waiting for the Stick Fix sponsorship, buddy. Still waiting.
The Joy-Con 2 chargers are insane, dude. Those chargers, you kind of like, it's like a charger everywhere. Like,
is it? What are you talking about?
They're sending me about 3-4 kinds of chargers. One is like a little base that you kind of charge on the side.
Yeah, I got the base one.
Yeah, the other one is like a mat where you just gonna put them like that. The other one is like a base like that. You kind of put them like that.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but that's crazy.
The other one is a base for the Nintendo Switch. You put the dock on top, and you put like you kind of snap the Joy-Cons on the side so that you can charge them at the same time, and you plug it into the Switch.
Oh, don't worry, chat. No one's package is being insulted. This is all compliments.
Dude, Switch 2 packages.
Complimenting packages. We love packages on this podcast. All right. Eric, it was your topic. What do you think is happening at the Gamescom, PAX West, Nintendo?
Oh, man. You kind of stole my thunder. I was kind of hoping to go with the Luigi's Mansion 4, and that's where I was, I really want that game.
I'm still here.
Oh my god!
Damn it,
Stash! Stash, it hurts, doesn't it?
Oh god. Okay, but is there anything else?
No, I mean I can see kind of like we were saying with E3, how they had like the main themed area, and then they kind of have a play of other games to sample. I'm kind of seeing something along the lines of, in that little separate play area. They have like Mario Kart, Donkey Kong Bonanza, all the stuff that's coming out within the first couple months there. And then one big game that they're going to have that hopefully will have an actual nice theme part of it. And that's just my hope.
You know what? None of us have mentioned. You know what? I'm going to wait because Stash still has to go. There's a certain game that I'm not going to say anything else. I don't want to even hint at it. Stash, what are you thinking?
Okay. So demo stations, yes, I'm expecting that at both Gamescom and PAX West. As far as Nintendo making an announcement, I'm not sure that they're going to. Just because, if you look at the timeline, right? I'm expecting a direct in June. Switch 2 comes out June 5th. We have the rest of the month for Nintendo to do a direct. I don't really see them doing one in the middle of July, in the middle of summer when people are gone, they're traveling. I don't see them doing one the week of 4th of July really either, because people are also going out of town. I could see them doing it. I think it's the week of, and I was looking at the calendar. I was talking about this earlier today, the week of the 23rd. So the 23rd to the 27th, I could see a direct then, or possibly maybe the week before, right? Shortly after the Switch 2 launches. And then we have the Xbox Showcase on the 8th, which again, we're all expecting some Microsoft ports coming over to Switch 2. Mm-hmm. So I think it'd be good timing. I think it'd be very good timing that we get one then. And then I do still feel really good about getting a direct in September. Now, there's one scenario that I kind of thought of in that Nintendo could potentially have a direct in August at the end, right before Gamescom and PAX West. If they want to have games on display, on demo to help generate the hype, they have the direct and say, by the way, if you're attending Gamescom or you're attending PAX West, you'll be able to play those games, right? They have an opportunity there to do something, especially with it being the launch year. They have a good opportunity to generate some real legitimate hype there. So I looked at that possibility, and that's kind of what I'm thinking is that we either get a direct at the end of August or we're going to get it after Gamescom and PAX West. And in both scenarios, I don't see Nintendo making an exclusive announcement at either event, right? It's either going to be the games we kind of know about. Like I could see Metroid being on demo. Why wouldn't it be? If it's not out yet, right? Like say it comes out in October, like a lot of us have predicted, or September. Obviously, I could see Metroid being there. I could see Dragon Drive. I could see the new Zelda Warriors. I could see that being there. Ultimately, I think this is going to be a great showcase for third-party developers because they haven't been able to do this. Mm-hmm. Look at all these years that we've known about this. Go back to Gamescom. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Gamescom 2023 was when Zelda 4K 60 was shown behind closed doors.
Yeah.
So that this Gamescom will be 2 years now. So for 2 years, to my knowledge, developers have been wanting to show games at trade shows and have not been able to. This is the first time they get to do it at an event with everybody all together in the same room, in the same building, right? So that's what I see is that that's finally going to happen. And why would Nintendo go in there and make announcements when they have the opportunity to let the third parties own the stage? Like, hey, we got our directs. We're covered. You guys go do Gamescom, do PAX. We'll be there to support you. We'll be there to demo our games. But, you know, we're not going to be making exclusive announcements. That's what I'm seeing. Like, if you look at it, NBA 2K, that always comes out right around Labor Day. In the original Switch 2 Direct, it said NBA 2K and WWE will both be coming out in 2025. I looked at it again, I think yesterday, for a video I'm working on. So we know that's coming. Final Fantasy VII, I think that's a great place to have that playable. That's 2025. And then, dude, if it's not out yet, Hades 2 and Silk Song.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
waiting for this. That's what I was thinking was Silk Song because Hades 2 I think is supposed to be at launch if I remember right, but I don't know for sure. It's already out on Steam, so
I mean, I would love it if it is, man. I mean,
but Silk Song, that's like
play it for the second time.
Look, I've already played a demo of Silk Song on Switch 1. It'd be hilarious if the next time I play it is Switch 2.
Was it at PAX East or West?
It wasn't at either. It was at E3 2019, the last in-person E3.
Mm-hmm.
They demoed Silk Song there.
Mm-hmm. You want to hear some information?
Sure.
Silk Song will be at Summer Game Fest.
Sure.
And it will be out in October.
So perfect time to demo that shit.
Perfect time to demo. Yeah.
At Gamescom and PAX. Hell yeah.
Dude, I'd be curious if we're gonna see stuff like Red Dead 2.
Yeah.
If that's gonna be out yet. The GTA 4 rumored remaster. Or, you know, current gen HD port, whatever they're gonna end up phrasing it, calling it. But yeah, I think it's a great opportunity ultimately for third parties to really shine and take the stage and run with it. Because they've been waiting for at least 2 years.
I love how we all just glossed over the fact that Mike just dropped the release month for the most anticipated game of all time. And we're just like glossing past it like it's just no big deal. I'm the other side, I'm like, did he just say October for like the most anticipated Nintendo indie game out there? Holy shit. Sorry. I'm just like, I like how we just pretend this is normal on this show.
So wait,
It's like,
are you saying you know this for a fact?
I didn't say anything.
listen, here's the reason.
Tape.
You know, like when you have to go to the bathroom really bad and you hold it for a really long time, and then you're like, I don't even have to go to the bathroom anymore.
Yeah.
You guys know what I'm talking about? That's what just happened right now with Silk Song. It's exactly what just happened.
Yeah, but maybe I should have said that. God damn it. Oh, that's okay. Hey, October's a good month. I like that for Silk Song. That's a good month.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. Obviously, we should probably find out pretty soon. Since Summer Game Fest, we'll see what happens. I wouldn't be surprised. Somewhere in that time frame. There's a lot of events going on in June. So
all right, I thought of something different here. So if we haven't figured out a release date for Prime 4, what I could see them doing is having a Prime 4 themed hopefully a Prime 4 themed booth with the release date hopefully at PAX. Kind of like they did with E3 and Breath of the Wild and stuff like that. And, just giving a nice trailer and giving us the release date, and then having a different playable demo than what they had at the Switch 2 experience.
Man, I have a bad feeling about Metroid Prime 4.
Really?
Yeah, the bad feeling is that they're going to announce it using the Nintendo app, Nintendo Today, the release date.
why is that a bad thing?
Because it's not fun.
I mean, it's great fun.
It's not
that's us content creators break it to the actual internet.
It's not great.
That's great news. What are you talking about? I gotta fucking get on the internet like the moment it happens and shit a video out in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I mean, that's not. I know. There's something about the Nintendo Today app that the announcements on there. I'm like, yeah, this is kind of a weird way to do announcements. An app that like most of the world doesn't have.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're right. It's beneficial for us because then not everybody.
Way beneficial for content creators. Yeah.
Yeah. You're right.
But I don't know if it's the best way to communicate to fans. But you know what? Here's the thing. Yeah. In the end, the message gets out either way.
Yeah.
It's going to get spread. All the big sites are going to pick it up. It's whatever. I think it's just because everyone wants Metroid Prime 4 treated better. And here's the thing. I actually think the release date's going to be in a direct. I think it's going to be in the June direct. So I don't even think they're going to announce it via Nintendo Today. They haven't put new release dates in Nintendo Today app yet, but it's early days.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens. I mean, Bayonetta, they announced that release date on Twitter. So, you never know what Nintendo's going to do with release dates. Like Drag X Drive. I can see Drag X Drive.
I love that game.
And I can see that date on the they might not wait for the direct for that one.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, I think that's pretty good for that topic. Oh my God, we were concise on a topic. When is that?
Wow.
What's happening to the show?
Very rare.
Times are changing.
Yeah, jeez. It's almost like we're just more excited about the next topics. Or maybe it'll be a short show. Yeah, okay. Just like ahead of ourselves. Thunderstash, what's our next topic?
All right. It is pulled up here. Okay, so this is the kind of third-party roundup, guys. Obviously, there's a lot of third-party news. And the first thing would be CD Projekt Red putting games on cartridges. And they've been very vocal about it, which I think is great. I think it benefits, of course, CD Projekt Red, right? To kind of align themselves with the physical community, the physical collectors. But at the same time, I think it benefits everyone who is a physical collector because they are being so vocal. And I think some of the other developers, publishers are seeing that synergy right now between the physical gamer and CDPR. And they're like, you know what? Maybe we need to think twice. Because I don't know about you guys, but when I'm doing other things, like if I'm out driving or I'm at the gym, exercising, playing basketball, I have my AirPods in and I'm listening to a bunch of videos. I'm like listening to everyone's videos. Sometimes I'm hearing the same thing, like numerous times, but in somebody else's video. And if there's one thing that's been echoed throughout all of these videos when it comes to this, is that you have to support CD Projekt Red at launch.
Yeah.
Even if you're not interested in Cyberpunk. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's been the message that I keep hearing on all these videos, right? And even when channels are, doing a focus on the launch games, it's like Cyberpunk's going physical and they're really building that up, and then everyone else are kind of crapping on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I gotta imagine, right, that there's people at these companies that are taking notice, that should be taking notice. The people who are making decisions, right, on whether or not we're going to invest in a cartridge. Like, hey, does it make sense? Will we make the money back if we go physical? And I got to imagine a lot of these companies are going to be taking a wait and see approach to see what the sales look like for Cyberpunk before they make that final decision. So going into that, here were some of the quotes from CDPR. And again, like, this really plays to the physical collector. They said, it's not a matter of getting away with something. He said, Nintendo at physical retail is still strong, and retail is in general not going anywhere. He said, I don't think we'll soon experience a reality where we're just having all games digital. He said, but again, it's especially important for the Nintendo audience. We maybe could have gotten away with it, but is there really a point? The right thing to do was to have it out on the cartridge with a plug and play experience. And then in advice to other studios, he adds, do not underestimate the physical edition. It's not going anywhere, and Nintendo players are very appreciative of physical editions that are done right. I'm like, dude, that's some powerful quotes by CDPR.
Yeah, man.
I was like, when I read that, I'm like, yes, that's awesome, man. Like, that's great to see. So what are your guys' thoughts on this? Do you think these words will cause some other developers, publishers to change their mind? Or do you think they're going to have to wait to see what the sales look like?
I think they will. I think, well, the words themselves are inspiring, but I'm gonna think they're gonna wait to see how CD Projekt does, financially speaking. They're like a shark is gonna wants to make sure that they bite when it's when there's blood in the water.
Yeah.
So, I think that CD Projekt is starting is the start of something, right? Another company that's also just released a recent statement was limited run games. They said we're never gonna go digital. It's always gonna be physical. I think that if we support these two companies, CD Projekt, if we give CD Projekt, I'm gonna buy it digitally and physically. I normally buy a lot of digitally, but because they're doing this, I'm gonna double dip and get the physical version as well, just to support them. And I think that if the gaming community as a collective, if you like the game, right? Well, I'm not gonna push you to obligate you to buy the game.
Right.
For you to play it. We should go physical, and then if you want to get digital, double dip, right? Also with companies like Limited Run Games, support these companies that they're pushing for physical. Nintendo's games are all physical, and I think that there's ways that you can go full physical on the cartridge and maybe not lose as much. You could say maybe release a short run of games that are only physical instead of just saying I'm all physical. If these games want to do a test run and say, okay, let's go ahead and let's go physical, and let's say we have only so and so copies of physical available, that will at least give them a little bit to try out before they go full physical, and then retail them, to have those hard copies on retails. They can just sell them online and say, okay, until we get this amount or whatever, like a pre-order, then we'll go ahead and ship, right? That's another way of going physical without affecting the physical community, right?
A lot of companies are doing that lately.
Yeah.
Like, you guys have seen Lunar,
Mhm.
right? They've been literally, they sell out and then they're going back and making more copies.
Yeah,
They did this with Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate, the physical version on
Right.
PS5, and then VGP went out and printed more copies of the game. So like this can be done. What you're saying, Mike, is a good point because there are some developers doing this.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be. I'm in 100% physically. It could be I'm there for the physical owners, right? I'm there to support them. And so for some companies, they could just say, okay, that's the only way I'm going to do physical. They'll always have digital, but for those who want physical, then here is a batch of orders per season that we'll be releasing. That way, they create anticipation for that little batch they have. They make sure they sell out really fast, and then create. It pays both ways.
Yeah.
But I think that CD Project Red being the first one to go all in, it's a noble and awesome thing to do. I'm not sure if what the game they had at the experience was a cartridge. Played pretty well, and it looked awesome. So hopefully,
Yeah.
hopefully they did. Hopefully, it was a physical cartridge there, in person.
Yeah. I didn't even think to to ask
Yeah.
anything about it because at that point there really wasn't any discussion about everything we're talking about.
Yeah.
We had the direct, and then I was there, I think 2 days later in New York.
Yeah.
So
To be fully transparent, I'm a digital guy. Like 90% of my games are digital, but I also support the collectors. I feel like people that this
Thank
is
you.
their support. This is part of your livelihood. It's not just you're buying a physical thing and that's it. It's part of your livelihood. Collecting is a livelihood. It's something that brings you happiness, right? So it's good to support, especially in the gaming community.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. Gamer, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, just to start off and kind of echo off what Mike was just saying, before I get to the CD Projekt Red quotes, it's tough being a physical collector in the gaming space now. Like we all feel the death march, you know what I mean? And I hate to say this part of it, because like you, Stash, I buy all physical. Anytime I buy digital, it's usually a double dip reason. I did it for Tears of the Kingdom because there was no way I wasn't gonna not play Tears of the Kingdom the minute it went live. But I needed that physical copy. I need that physical copy of Zelda on my shelf. Here's the really tough part about staying true to physical gaming is that the longer we hold on to physical media and the longer we hold out on going digital, what's going to end up happening is we're going to get left behind compared to the people who are early digital adopters, because we know whether it's next gen or the gen after, eventually these companies are going to be making hardware that don't have disk drives, that aren't physically backwards compatible, only digitally, meaning that all of our physical hardware is locked onto past systems. And knock on wood, we took good care of them, and they still work for years and years to come to where we could go back. But eventually, we will be left behind. That's just a fact. We're not going to be getting that attachable hard drive or disk drive expansion for every Sony console going forward, or a cartridge slot added for every Nintendo console. So it's tough. So hearing a quote like this from CD Projekt Red, or quotes like these, they're rad. I everything that you just read to us is awesome and exactly the sort of thing that you want to hear as a physical collector from game developers. I think the tough part is that, like, as awesome and as much goodwill and like the social awareness of the company to be able to make such an awesome statement is fantastic. But I think the companies, it's all about the money, it's all about the numbers, and that's what they're going to follow. If the physical version of this game does really well, and maybe it's a thing where CDPR is like, hey, like 2/3 of our Cyberpunk sales were physical copies, I think that speaks, unfortunately, more volumes than these phenomenal quotes that we got. Because it's a money thing. Obviously, Nintendo's going to be doing all of their big first party stuff on physical. but we already know Nintendo's already made those, those statistics of that percentage, and it's the largest in the industry as far as physical copy collectors and gamers. But yeah, I think it's just going to come down to how well this does. If this one does well, CDPR, they've already got their mind set on this. So I imagine whatever Witcher version we get for Switch 2, whether it's Witcher 1 remake that's in development or Witcher 4 Switch 2 version, I imagine those are going to be physical. I think others will follow in suit, but I don't know. We'll see.
Huh.
Here's in that companies, like you said, Mike, like Limited Run and what's the other one?
There's a lot.
There's
I buy from so many. There's Limited Run. There's strictly limited games, premium edition games. I have a ton of different ones on my shelf.
I am 8-bit. That's another one.
I am 8-bit. Yep.
Yeah. So I think companies like that, I mean, as long as they continue to provide that service, I think their business is going to skyrocket. Because if they're going to have if they're going to be the sole companies that are putting out these physical copies, people like us are going to flock over to them.
There's no reason why those companies can't partner with these developers and say, you know what, we'll take up the mantle of doing the physical version. We'll split the profit and strike some kind of deal where limited run games are, or let's say any of the companies who are not making their games digitally, not physically, only digitally, they cannot partner with the company that does do this that's their core business, and say, you know what, we'll let them handle the physical part. And then they're the ones making putting the money up to get that physical cartridge, putting the game on there, and we'll just kind of get a deal so we can get some kind of royalty off that sales as well, or something like that,
Yeah. I just will say you brought up a really good point, Gamebird, about being left behind, but the way you explained it, in that our physical games won't, like, if they decide on Switch 3 to go digital only, our physical games aren't going to carry over.
Mhm.
And that's where you get left behind. And I'll be honest with you, I usually think many, many steps ahead. I didn't on this one. So you just brought up a very good point that I'm going to have to think about.
Well, that's this is something that I've thought about many nights, is that in my reluctance to go all digital, that's the thing that I grapple with. Not so much with Nintendo yet, because I do expect that whether it's Switch 3 or whatever their next console is, even if it's something completely different, I think we have at least one more generation of physical media from Nintendo. But when I think about, because I play from all the companies, I'm a Nintendo fan at my core, but I love Sony, and I've warmed up to Microsoft. It took me a while to kind of enter that space of gaming. But when I think about when PS6 comes out, even if they offer that attachable drive, disk drive, should, as someone who's thinking about and worried about getting left behind, should I switch for Sony to all digital? And I'm leaning that way, and I hate to think that, but again, back to the point, I think this quote is rad. I'd love to hear more developers to start talking like this. Obviously, there is a huge core base, and I do believe that if companies are providing this, that gamers will show up for this. And I do think, like you mentioned earlier, Stash, in this topic, I do think this is one of the games that's going to do well at the start of Switch. I think this one's going to move some numbers comparable to some of those digital only or keycard third-party games. Not just because it's Cyberpunk. I think that's a big, that's a big draw for a lot of people who maybe are only Nintendo. Like, oh, this game was the big deal. We get to play this game now all fixed up without all the baggage, and the Game of the Year nominated DLC included. So I think this one's going to do good, and hopefully the trend follows.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the big third-party winner, like runaway winner for the Switch 2 launch. Nate, what are your thoughts?
So CD Projekt Red, this is right in line with what they've said for over a decade now. They're huge believers in physical. They believe it on every platform. They especially have in the past with like Witcher 3 talked about it on Switch, how much they realized that, Nintendo fans seem to really align more than others with physical. And there's probably reasons for that. Chief among them being that, hey, when it got to the point that games needed faster speeds, and so we got to start installing them, Nintendo's like, all right, we're going back to cartridges then. Because we can give you faster speeds with carts, so you don't have to install. And that really, if you think about why physical is vanishing on other platforms, yes, third-party companies and many others are pushing towards that. But the push begins with the fact you have to install the game. So when you buy a physical game day one, you might not get to play it day one because you have to wait hours for it to install. And then there might be a big day one update on top. So you literally pick your game. Let's say it's a midnight launch. You still might not get to play it till 6 a.m. So that really put a damper on physical because one of the biggest things about physical was the convenience of you buy it, you pop it in, you play.
Yeah.
But that convenience went away. So now that install almost just feels like a game download. And that's what killed physical on PC is that you always had to install the games. And if you're taking all this time to install the game, why not, once the internet got fast enough, why not just download it instead? Why are we installing it off a disc?
Yeah.
So that's why physical kind of went away on PC. And I know there's a few sparing games that still do physical on PC, but for the most part, it's dead. Yeah. You buy laptops, don't even come with disk drives anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. And then, so Nintendo has been like kind of the bastion that's kept it alive because they've kept that convenience. Even though it's more expensive to keep that convenience is the number one reason physical exists. I know a lot of people say, oh, so you can own your games. You're right. Yeah, you own your games and those are all good reasons. But in the end, convenience. Digital has the convenience of instant access all the time once it's downloaded and installed. Physical has the convenience of not needing the internet.
Yeah.
Also the convenience of buying day one and putting it in and playing right out of the store. You can go right out to the car, pop it in, play right away. No wait. That's awesome. And only Nintendo's system right now has that. So I think CD Projekt Red's a big believer in that mission. But even Nintendo knows, there's quotes in there from Nintendo we'll probably get to in a bit that they know as well that things are going a certain direction. I think we all know, we've talked about it before.
Yeah.
All digital is happening.
Yeah.
In our lifetimes, things will flip over to all digital at some point. But I do think that CD Projekt Red is, the biggest thing that I get out of what they said isn't so much their belief in physical. They've been very consistent about that over the years. It was their advice. That advice they gave to other studios at the end of that quote. Don't underestimate the physical edition. It's not going anywhere, not anytime soon anyways, right? Not on Nintendo, at least for the next decade. And Nintendo players are appreciative. You know how appreciative they are? The initial sales data for top 10 selling products for Nintendo Switch 2 in the US and in Europe, only one third-party game is on that list, and it's Cyberpunk 2077. Why? Because fans are showing up day one to let companies know we want physical fucking games.
Yeah, a lot of people are not going to buy game keycard games.
Yeah.
Not just the code in the box, not Split Fiction, but like the game keycards. People sound like they are not going to be buying them. Like they're on a mission to send a message, like more so than the drop the price crowd. Like these are people who are buying games.
Yeah.
And they're choosing to not buy them in that form. Yeah.
Does anything happen as a result to that? I mean, obviously, people are really loud online, but let's just say for the sake of argument, they can't get game key cards off shelves. Like they're just not selling. Do you think that's something that Nintendo just does away with, or and it's just some games are physical, some games are digital, and that's that?
Game key cards, I don't think will go away so long as third parties want them. One of the quotes that Nintendo has out there is basically that they exist because third parties wanted them.
Sure.
They're the ones paying the price for them. Nintendo's not using them. So if third parties want to keep them, they will. Nintendo, obviously, again, I don't want to get to that quote yet, but what I will say about it is I think the bigger statement is if Cyberpunk 2077 sells 1 million, 2 million units on Switch and over 1 million of those are physical, that is going to be the big sign. I mean, this is a launch game. It's hard to sell millions when you're a launch game. And if it pulls that off because it has a full physical, more than Cyberpunk's words, it'll be the results.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tell company, shit.
That's a strong message.
Yeah, we got to put physical. Like, we're missing out on a large number of sales. Forget the cost of the cartridge. We're missing out on a significant number of players. And you even think of some games like, upcoming Call of Duty, right? We presume Call of Duty is going to be like every Microsoft published game. It's going to be a key card, right? They don't put the full game on disc, and it's massive. But you know what? Maybe they rethink and go, maybe we should put that single player campaign on the card.
Yeah.
And just make multiplayer download. Maybe we should do that, because maybe that will get us extra millions of sales on Nintendo's platform for doing it, and it's worth the cost to do that.
That's kind of smart.
And again, I don't think they're going to do that. Microsoft has very, very much been pushing all digital, and it's fine. I understand it. Game Pass. I get what they're doing, but I do think that that's the message: is if companies feel like they're missing out on sales potential because of it, that's what's going to turn around. So I think that's why. There's so many Nintendo fans, and I don't have exact numbers, but every time I mention, Cyberpunk 2077, there's a bunch of Nintendo fans saying they're buying the game without even planning to play it, just because it's physical, because they want to make a statement. Like,
Exactly.
Nintendo fans are trying to make a statement right now.
It's
not about whether they want to play it. The statement is, this is a AAA company doing everything they can to take a game that's bigger than 64 gigs on every other platform and saying, no, even without our day one update, you can insert this cartridge and play it for the rest of your life. And we want to support that. And we want other companies to see that we will even buy a game that we don't even like, just because they are putting in the effort that other AAA companies aren't willing to do. And it's huge.
I will say, because Microsoft lives in the numbers and they live in how to make profit, right? I do wonder, because I was thinking about like the different third-party devs that I know without a doubt, right, are going to go game key card. 2K, fully expected. EA, fully expected, right?
Totally.
There's a lot of them I fully expect, but then I did stop to think about Microsoft. And if they know the Nintendo install base as well as I want to think they know them, they might release games physically in the correct way on Nintendo and not on Xbox. Because they know the splits. It's 51-49 for Nintendo.
Yeah.
PlayStation, it's 79-21. Xbox, I believe, is 90 or 92-8. So when we're talking Nintendo, man, that is a huge difference. We're talking half.
Yeah.
51-49, whatever way you want to cut it, because that's jumped around from quarter to quarter since the beginning of Switch. But however you want to slice it up, like, you're missing out on half right there. I mean, imagine getting a nice physical premium edition of Indiana Jones on Switch 2, right? They just released it on PS5, and as we all know, it's not on the disc. The full game's not on there. It's the same thing as the game key card. But I wonder if they would do that, if they would change the way they do business in that sense for Nintendo, if they want to really capitalize. Like, if anyone's going to do it, right? If anyone has the wherewithal to make that decision because they're so well versed, right, at maximizing profits, you would think it would be them, right? Out of all the big companies. So I hold out a sliver of hope that maybe they would do something like that. But, again, as we all know, the writing's on the wall. It's been on the wall. We can't erase it.
It sounds like what you're describing to me sounds very Phil Spencer-y. Like, I like think what you want about Phil Spencer, whether you love him or you hate him. I do think the guy genuinely loves video games. It seems like he has a very strong appreciation for Nintendo and what Nintendo means to the industry and how Nintendo ultimately makes the industry stronger. To me, that sounds very Phil Spencer-y. Obviously, there's more to Microsoft. Again, love them or hate them. than Phil Spencer. He's not the sole decision maker at the company.
Nope.
So I don't know. Again, great quotes. It's got to come down to the numbers. It makes the most sense on Nintendo. I don't know.
And we'll talk about Nintendo's quotes as well. But first, I want to get Eric's thoughts. How do you feel about this? Where are you at?
Yeah, man, I don't know if the quote itself is going to do anything to generate to move anybody else, towards physical or anything like that. It's all like everybody said, it's all going to come down to the money. It's all going to come down to this and that. Even in future generations, one thing I could maybe see happening is, if they do go all digital platforms, they would still sell, like Nintendo would still sell like a USB-C adapter that could read physical games, and they would take like pre-orders for physical and then run that limited amount of games and then stop selling physical, become their own limited run games and kind of do that. I could see, these big devs kind of doing pre-order of physical. We print, just a little bit over that and, have at her. So the people that want the physical can get the physical, and then they don't have to do a printout anymore if they don't want to, type of thing.
Yeah. And I think that totally works because that's already happening with VGP. Like when a developer is done printing it, but there is still a demand for that game physically, VGP will approach them, or I presume sometimes VGP will get approached, but they'll approach the developer and be like, hey, there's still a demand for your game. We would like to make a deal to print out X amount of copies, 1,000, 5,000, whatever. And then they'll put the pre-order up. I've done this many times with VGP over the years. So there's a business model for it, is my point. And from what I've gathered, it seems to be a good one. Square Enix is doing it. And Square Enix is all about those profits, as we know. They're never pleased with the sales.
Right.
So I don't think they would do something to lose money, is my point, right? So it must make sense for them as well. All right, so let's talk about what Nintendo said real quick on this, okay? So they had some quotes as far as the game key cards, okay? And you got to pay close attention to how they worded it. As we all know, Nintendo's always very careful with their words. And they said, in the immediate future, physical games are still a part of our business. And we value our relationships in particular with our retailers. And I do believe they do. They wanted to say, and we want to make sure we have products available for them to sell to their consumers. When you look at game key cards, for us, our goal with Nintendo Switch 2, similar to what we're able to accomplish on Nintendo Switch, is to have the broadest and deepest library of content we possibly can. He then goes on to explain that game key cards allow third-party developers and publishers to bring deeper and larger, more immersive content to the Nintendo Switch 2. And that was Doug. And then we have another quote here. This is from Randy Pitchford in regards to Borderlands 4 being $80. And this has had probably the type of reaction you'd expect from the gaming community. But he was being interviewed, and the interviewer said, hey, Randy, like this game better not be $80. And this is in regards to Borderlands 4. And the interviewer said, don't take that risk. A lot of gamers aren't going to pay $80 and feed this notion of constant increase of the price tag. You are the CEO. You have some say with the price when it comes to your publisher. Randy's response to that was, A, it's not my call. And B, if you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen. My local game store had Starflight for Sega Genesis for $80 in 1991 when I was just out of high school working a minimum wage at an ice cream parlor in Pismo Beach, and I found a way to make it happen. So, guys, can someone look up Randy's age? No. Look, I read his quote, but this is
He's 54.
yeah. So this is more of it's an old head way to look at it, right? Like I can understand both sides here, right? I can understand what he's saying as far as like making it happen. And then I can understand that people are doing whatever they can do to scrape and get by. Right? And that, yeah, you were working a minimum wage job at Pismo Beach working at an ice cream parlor. Well, guess what? If you did that today, you'd be living on the street. Because you wouldn't even have enough money to pay rent. So I get that aspect. And that's where it's like, yeah, you make it happen. It's like, yes, to an extent, because I believe in making it happen. I always have. But things have changed as well. So I want to hear your guys' thoughts because I can see both sides of it crystal clear. What are your thoughts, Gamebird?
I do not think this was the right way to answer this question. To be honest with you, I find it pretty tone deaf. Obviously, people are already up in arms about pricing. So I think from let's ignore what's right or wrong. Just from that perspective, like the PR side of it, I think saying, listen, I don't make the decisions on pricing, and you can end it there. Yeah, maybe people will want more than that, but that's all you need to say because he doesn't make the decisions on pricing. Adding that extra story into it, it just rubs people the wrong way, and people already don't really care for Randy Pitchford that much, due to some of his shenanigans in the past. Yeah, it kind of reminded me of the Diablo Immortal moment when they're like, what, you don't have cell phones? Or, the Xbox One moment when it's like, well, just get an Xbox 360 then. Like, I don't know. I feel like like a lot of people didn't like Doug Bowser's approach to the pricing question, but I'll say this at the very least, Doug Bowser didn't tell people just get a second job, just go buy a Switch. It was more of like, hey, we understand that like this is going to be a tougher entry point, but until you're able to upgrade to Switch 2, like we promise we're going to keep supporting Switch with brand new, big and awesome games essentially. Again, not saying that like what he said was the best or the greatest thing. I still think that, I don't make the pricing call is probably enough, but it's still he handled it a bit more delicately, I think, than Randy. I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts?
Well, I'll just say I agree with you real quick. Like Randy, he's 54th, so he was born in 1971. Mm-hmm. He said that he was, how old was it? When he in 1991 out of high school. So that's when he was 20 years old. He was born in 71, 20 years later, 1991. So he's saying in 1991, he was making minimum wage. Now, look, I'm just saying, like, if you do that today, you'll be living on the street.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You can't even get a studio making minimum wage. You know what I'm saying? Like, so not a good quote. Like, you gotta believe that ain't gonna sit well.
It's tone deaf. That's what it is. It's tone deaf.
Yeah.
It's like, at least ease them into the pain. Don't just throw a world of hurt their way.
I know.
Look, Randy Pitchford said a lot of really asinine things over the years. He really has. Lots of stupid shit. Around the movie, he said a whole bunch of stupid shit that just pissed people off. And
around his stick drive.
Yeah, dude, just I don't know that like anything that comes out of his mouth anymore, like ever comes off good. Like this is one of those situations where, okay, yeah, a fan is pressuring you on X, saying this thing better not be fucking $80, basically. Sometimes it's best just to say absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And the reason this all ties into Nintendo is because Borderlands 4 is coming, and all these comments stemmed off of the creator's voice about Borderlands 4, where price was never brought up, and people were concerned because Xbox and others are raising prices to $80, following obviously Mario Kart World doing it. And yeah, Nintendo's explanation is not like significantly better, but it wasn't disrespectful. And every time Nintendo's been asked why it's $80, they just keep saying we believe the breadth of the content, the replayability of the game, and all that stuff is why. Now we all know deep down the reason is because Mario Kart's their best-selling franchise, period, and they think they can get away with $80. We know that's the real reason, but at least their public reasoning to saying, hey, we think the content of the game will back up the price we're saying, right?
Yeah.
That's what Nintendo is saying. Randy's just out here being like, hey, I don't get a say on the price. We're going to call a little bullshit on that. That's like saying the people who made Expedition 33 don't get a say on the price. You think they didn't get a say on that fucking thing being $50? And they're a much smaller company than Gearbox. You're CEO of the company that makes the game. You're telling me you can't talk to what company that I'll just look up? It's Arc Systems or whatever that fucking publishes your games. That's owned by Take-Two or whatever. You're telling me that you don't get any say in the price. If you didn't reach out to the publisher of your game and tell them you wanted to sell the game for $70, it wouldn't be $70. Bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. You know you're full of shit. We're out there watching Expedition 33 saying they want to be $50 and they charge $50. And you're out here saying, you guys, a much bigger company, have no say. That's bullshit. So number one, the original excuse is stupid. You can say, I stay out of the pricing discussions. Fine. That's your choice to stay out of that. You could be involved in it, but fine. Or better yet, just say fucking nothing because you just always put your foot in your mouth. It's number one.
I think saying nothing was ultimately the best approach
you
for
are a
Randy.
corporate CEO. You know how many times Furukawa gets pinged? He ain't going to say shit. Miyamoto, he ain't going to say shit. None of the corporate heads at Nintendo. Take Doug Bowser all you want. He ain't going to reply to you. Okay? The best thing to do is to say nothing. But he can't help himself. And then the second statement, look, what the fuck are we doing?
Dude. So
what the fuck? Oh, back in 91, I could save up on you know what? Yeah, you're right. I worked minimum wage back in the 90s too. You know why? Because I was a fucking child.
Yeah, that's my thought is that how would you afford living? Like, did he leave out that he was living at home?
There's something missing.
Which is okay. It's fine if you were, but that's what I'm thinking. Like, it doesn't math.
That's not the part of the quote that I. Hello.
How you doing?
This damn thing. Hold on. Damn it. Embarrassing me in front of my friends.
But, dude, Mom. So he does that, and then it's all okay. Fine. Yeah, games were expensive. Yeah, 80. Yeah, I know. I grew up in the 90s. I know. I bought like a game a year, and then it was all game rentals. I know gaming was fucking expensive. Okay. I get it. And there's a big argument that games should be more expensive today than they were in the 90s. Fine. I get it. I understand the argument. That's not the point. The point is that you were telling people that if you work a minimum wage job today, because you're equating it to yourself working minimum wage. Mm-hmm. So you made the equation of saving money at a minimum wage job and then saying, okay, so you could save money if you're a real fan. If you're a real fan, you will find a way.
That's the part. That's the part that I think is the worst of all of it. If you're a real fan, you'll make it happen. If you're a real fan, you'll find a way. So if you don't buy it, you're just not a real fan then.
Yeah, if you don't buy it, you're not a real fan. If you're too poor, fuck you. You're not a real fan. What the fuck are you doing? Like
that part of it's just very manipulative. I think, like it's just bad.
So I that bothers me because I have a subscriber on the channel who's been following the channel for about 3-4 years now. And until last year, they've never owned a Nintendo system. They love the company. They love the games. They follow every channel. They watch video game play. They are a fan. They love it, right? And I remember them joining every Mario Kart tournament we've had, right? And then they're just like celebrating and just kind of pushing everybody on, saying, "Oh my God, you did great!" And I'm like, all this time, I'm thinking this subscriber owns a Nintendo Switch because they were so active and so motivated and so positive towards the other person who was playing Mario Kart and towards everybody in the chat. And all of a sudden, oh yeah, I've never had a Switch. I gave them a Switch on the spot because that was a fan. That is a fan. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with money. Money doesn't make fans. Heart does. You know?
If you don't have money, I don't give a fuck about you. Is basically what it's from a corporate CEO, which we all know that's what drives the industry. We're not stupid, but you don't say it out loud. You know, you could think it, but you don't say it out loud. You can think we don't give a fuck if you don't spend money. Fine. But you don't say it out. That's the problem. Like, you're saying the quiet part out loud, and it's stupid. The best thing was to say nothing, or if you wanted to respond, you say, hey, no matter what the price is, we do think this game is going to be worth your money. That was Nintendo's response with Mario Kart. You could have just did that and been like, you know what? People are going to be pissed about $80. They're going to bitch. They're going to throw a hissy fit. We saw it with Mario Kart. We saw it when Xbox announced it. We're going to see it with future $80 games this year. They're going to be bitching every single time. But the least you can do is be respectful of the fact that people are upset that gaming's getting more expensive. Don't insult them by saying you're not a real fucking fan if you can't afford it.
Yeah.
That is so
bad.
That is bad.
It's I blame the PR department for not putting at least because when it comes to Nintendo,
it's not the PR department. It's the Randy department.
The PR.
Dude, anytime I see Randy step out into frame in like a direct, I'm like, oh God, they'd be so much better off just not showing this guy. And he's always got that smirk on his face, like, I'm so cool. I'm Randy Pitchford. Want to see a magic trick, guys? It's like, no, get out, dude. We're sick of you.
Good at his overarching job at the company because they're a successful company. I don't know, but he needs to be like Furukawa. Shut the fuck up and be in the background.
Listen,
we should get him on the show. Actually,
isn't that the guy that thinks you got
we should bring him on the show and talk to him?
That's not the guy. Nice. Story.
I'll reach out to him. I'll tell him, Pritchford, I agree. I love that Borderlands might be $80. I hope you charge $100. Will you come on our podcast, please? He might respond.
Figuratively.
On the internet. Maybe he'll respond.
Not literally, Prime.
No, I got to let him know literal or he might not respond.
Oh, God. I'll be there.
When he comes on, I'll be like, just so you know, I really don't want this game to be $100. Can we agree on that? Well, I don't control the price. But if you're a fan, you'll buy it. I'm like, here we go again.
I will say this, guys, that I think it will, if it does come out at that price, right? Hypothetically, it's going to be very interesting because there is one thing I will say about the gaming community is that when they decide to not support a game, typically they stick with it. And they won't.
Sometimes.
But in recent, I feel like in recent,
so we've seen a lot of boycotts that didn't do anything.
And we've seen a lot that have recently. Does Borderlands have the
clout to get over?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Do they?
The movie got. Of course, the movie sucked. It didn't help. The movie was terrible.
There's a movie. There's a Borderlands movie.
It came out.
No, Mike.
Last year, right?
It doesn't exist. You're better
that
exists.
They had that direct.
I can picture Jason Momoa in it. Was he in it?
No. They had that direct for the Borderlands movie, and it was like Randy Pitchford was stalking the celebrities that were acting in it, and they all looked like they wanted to run to the hills, dude.
Dude, he kept saying, I'm not even supposed to show you this. Oh, we can't look at this. Oh, my. But dude, then stop. No one wants to see this anyways.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I'm out here standing outside of Kevin Hart's trailer right now.
He's the cool. He's just all about himself. You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of the CEO of NVIDIA every time he gets on stage.
Kevin Hart was in Borderlands.
Yeah.
That's a great casting for that movie. Character. What the fuck are we doing?
Yeah.
Wow. The movie's terrible. And I like Kevin Hart. And I get it. He probably got paid good money for that role. Good day. Go get your money. But Jesus, man. I don't know. Randy's always been this way, so it's not shocking. It's just You've seen the backlash from Mario Kart. He can't be unaware of it. You can't be that daft that he's not aware of the constant backlash over $80. And then you insult your own fan base about it. Yeah, your game probably is going to be $80. You probably know it's going to be $80. And you probably didn't push back against it at all. And that's fine. We all know by the time we get to PlayStation 6 era, all AAA games are probably going to be $80. It is what it is. But at least be respectful about it. And at least try to argue your game is worth the money instead of just poor shaming, basically.
Yeah, and I don't think that Randy Pitchford like intentionally was doing that. I think when it comes to like PR and being like a face of a company and speaking to the people, some people have it, a lot of people don't.
I agree with that.
Reggie had it. You know, even when things were not looking good during the Wii U era, like Reggie had that charisma. Randy Pitchford, you know, no offense to him personally. I know we're making jokes and stuff, but he just like, he has the persona of someone who like thinks they're like super cool and like everyone loves me. I'm Randy Pitchford.
Yeah.
And I don't think he realizes that people are like, dude, we don't like anything that you're saying right now.
Him and the CEO of NVIDIA are cut from the same cloth. Yeah. They both think they're cool as shit. And they both really suck at presenting information.
Yeah, that's like that guy Mike Otto.
The CEO, dude, was it the CEO of NVIDIA will go on stage and say AI like 30,000 times and then talk about, hey guys, you see my jacket? Isn't this jacket cool? And like the crowd's just fucking silent. What the fuck do we care about your fucking jacket?
I'm glad I haven't watched, and I gotta say
it is embarrassing.
The recent video with Randy, the creator's voice.
Randy, yeah.
This was my first time hearing him.
Yeah.
Somehow I haven't heard him talk before, and I thought, wow, this guy seems genuinely excited about Nintendo and like he really cares about game development. And that can be true. And at the same time, you know, again, as Gamebird said, most people don't have that skill.
Yeah.
To be able to do PR speak.
Yeah, the thing is that the reason that creator voice thing was good because it was highly rehearsed. Someone else wrote that script for him.
Yeah. And I could feel that a little bit. Yep. So, you know, bottom line, it is what it is. The words have been said. We'll see what happens when the game comes out. Hopefully the game's great. Eric, how do you feel?
I'm going to spit some numbers.
Some numbers.
Snapple.
So minimum wage in 91 was $4.25. National minimum wage. National minimum wage now is still $7.25. In today's currency, $4.25 minimum wage would be $9.79, which is a like $2 and almost 50 cents more an hour, which also comes out to about $6,000 more a year. So the minimum wage in 1991, if you were to equivalent to today's minimum wage, and I understand there are different state minimum wages, things like that. We're going by the national.
Yeah.
It is $6,000 more for the minimum wage of equivalent of 1991.
Yeah.
Your buying power.
Yes.
Buying power. It's more correct probably use it like a buying power statement.
Yes.
People get a little, the inflation. I get it. It's just talking about buying power. Yeah. Had a lot more you had $6,000 worth of more buying power back there on minimum wage than today.
Yeah, I mean today we had inflation and still inflation. Pay wages have not gone up to meet inflation. It's like there's still people in parts of the U.S. that are still getting paid that same minimum wage even from before inflation. So it's like, you know.
Yeah. And back then they had the buying power, just put in perspective, to buy a top of the line PC every year compared to minimum wage right now.
Yeah.
And that's not me, you know, trying to get political or anything like that. It's just
money.
It's speaking actual numbers.
No, it's just the numbers.
Yeah. To be fair, it's his fault. He's the one that went there. Fucking idiot.
There is that.
Randy, you're probably really good at your job. Stop doing the PR.
Randy,
hire someone else. Find your Reggie Fils-Aimé.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah. Borderlands is cool. Let Borderlands be cool.
Yeah, find someone cool on the dev team that's good at talking to people and let him be the face. Yeah.
We love you, Randy.
Yeah.
Randy Newman.
You're welcome on the podcast anytime, buddy. Never happened.
We're so screwed. We're
He's
so
never-
screwed.
he's never coming on the show.
This podcast is done.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like in a demo booth for Borderlands 4 at like PAX West.
Punch you in the back of the
What are
head.
you? Oh, you weren't in the Nintenbyte? Sure. Yeah, you guys are banned from this. You can't even come within 10 feet of the booth.
Federal minimum wage is
Hey,
$7.25.
I didn't say anything mean. I want to be on record. I didn't say anything mean. I didn't. I don't know you like that, so
I'm totally clipping this, and I'm dubbing you.
Review
I'm
copies.
dubbing you, Stash.
All my interviews.
I'm just a clip.
I do not endorse the Nintendo Prime podcast stance from the other hosts.
I'm just a guest.
I'm just a guest. Don't hold it against me.
I'm just a sock puppet. I don't know what you're talking about.
Anyways, that's great.
all right. Well, that wraps up that topic. So, who's next?
The man who lost at rock paper scissors.
First off, I was friggin' cheated out of rock paper scissors.
He just won in reverse.
Whatever, I'm cool with it. It's not like it'll keep me up tonight.
All right, buddy. What are we talking about?
Okay. My topic is Mario Kart World details. And secondly, a hype check. Let's real quick before we jump into Mario Kart World, let's do a quick hype check. Guys, we are 2 weeks away, not just from the Nintendo Switch 2, but also for Mario Kart World, which is in this topic. How are we feeling right now? What is the hype levels, guys? The clock is counting down. The day is upon us.
Are we dying?
Mike, just shut up and give me your hype level.
I'm
How are you feeling, dude?
I'm contractually obligated to say every time the word hype is mentioned. This video is sponsored by Nixie controllers. If you're looking for a GameCube controller, they still have got some stock cheaper than Switch, Nintendo. And so you can check the link below. Nate has a link. I got a link. Stash has a link. Gamebird has
I actually don't have a link anymore.
Has an X. What was that?
Do I have a link? Hey, Mike, do those have the Hall Effect? Hall Effect sticks?
They do got the Hall Effects on both.
Oh, there goes our Stick Fix sponsorship. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, right.
There. And then they also have a mappable button, so you can map it to the C button. So you have
nice
to about the speed stuff.
Does it have the extra button? Because on the official one now, they put the extra shoulder button. There's a button.
You can have it in front of you. It doesn't have to be at the top. It's in front of you right there.
But then where's the C button? See, you get both with the official controller.
So there's a mappable button. There's 2 mappable buttons. Well, no, you can choose whatever you want to see. If you like left,
the biggest argument, Mike, I'm trying to throw you an easy ball. You just got to say that's all cool, but you don't need to be an NSO subscriber to buy this.
Oh yeah, you don't have to be an NSO subscriber to buy this.
Hell yeah!
You don't gotta be a Nintendo fan to buy this. You can.
But you have to be an NSO subscriber to play the GameCube games.
You gotta be a Mike Odyssey subscriber also.
A double-edged sword, my friends.
Only a Mike Odyssey subscriber, which is completely free. You do it at any moment, anytime. And you can get one of these at 10% off. What? Yeah. What was the question again?
So good.
Overall hype level with
still don't have Airheads, you fucker.
We got 2 weeks counting down, man. On a scale of 1 to 10,
next show.
I want.
So good.
Will you shut up and let me speak?
He's eating Airheads. I can't help with this. Fuck. So I'm going to nerds. Moving on.
Listen, I ate 12 Oreo cookies on the stream back to back, and I made a huge giant sandwich like this big. Then I ate it. So I'm still in the sugar rush kind of thing.
Oh man,
my hype level is over the moon.
I want to hear your Switch 2, your 14 days left to Switch 2, your console hype level, and your Mario Kart World hype level, because we're gonna be talking to Mario Kart World. Give me both. Scale 1 to 10. What's that first day look like for you?
Wait, you just said it's been only 15 days. What do you mean first day?
What's that first day going to be like for
now, or 15 days from now?
No, from when you open the damn box, dude.
So my hype level in 15 days from now, I don't know. That's the future.
No, what's your hype level? You know what?
My hype level now is above 10. If we're talking about 1 through 10, it's 10 out of 10. I could add some more. Especially after they incorporated some of Donkey Kong into Donkey Kong Bonanza into Donkey Kong World, right? Which is awesome. So my most anticipated
You
game
mean
is actually Donkey Kong Bonanza.
so your hype is building for the DK?
Yeah, for DK. I like
For the
Mario
big
Kart.
old
Pretty
DK.
awesome, right? And what was the other part?
For just Switch 2. We're 2 weeks away. How are you feeling right now? It's the final countdown.
I think they were all the same flavor.
Well, they're two different ones.
Sorry, there's so much going on right now.
My hype level is over 9,000. Dang it!
Thank you, Mike. What are you going to be doing that first day?
Well,
Is it just going to be Mario Kart World all day?
Well, I gotta first go to GameStop on that day, then wait
You're
in
going to be
line.
streaming?
Wait in line. I'll probably stream it. It would be cool if you did the podcast. Everyone from the line streaming on that day, right? Or not a podcast, it's more like a live stream. You guys all come into the room via the phone, right? Because that exists now, and then just stream from the line at the midnight launch, right? And that's a good good idea there that I just gave you, Nate. What are you eating, Nate? What's happening?
Warheads, cubes.
Warheads? Is that a thing?
I mean, I got real warheads right here too. I got the hard candy. The ones you suck down.
Guys, my topic is so dead right now.
No.
Eric,
My hype level is 10 out of 10.
I'm still interested in the topic.
My hype level is 10 out of 10. Okay.
Yeah.
The second question is what I'm gonna be doing on that day.
Yeah, like what are you most hyped for on that day? We're 2 weeks away from the big day. Like, what are you feeling? What's your hype level? What are you getting really pumped about? Is it Mario Kart World? Is it just unboxing that thing, loading it up to your screen? What hype check?
So my biggest hype level personally is actually on playing in handheld mode. Because if y'all know, I can't play in handheld mode for nothing. But when I use it at the Nintendo Switch experience, having a bigger screen made it so much better. At least with Mario Kart World, right? I don't know about Donkey Kong. I think it most likely depends on the game. But for Mario Kart World, to me, that was an experience on its own. And so I wanna turn on the Switch and at least play it for a couple of minutes or hours in handheld mode and just experience that off the bat. And then of course, I'll dock it and everything and stuff. And that's where my hype level is at. Playing Mario Kart World on stream with the fans, with the people.
Hell yeah! Are you going to be playing anything else day one, or is Mario Kart World going to be strictly?
Well, I thought Mario Kart World was going to be out by then, but it's not. It's the next month, so I'll play. I'll be between Donkey Kong. I'm sorry, that's not
Bonanza.
Mario Kart World. Did I say Donkey Kong World?
Yeah,
Mario Kart World and Hogwarts Legacy, because I was able to buy it only $17, and then I upgraded to only for only $10 to a Nintendo Switch. What is that? What are you showing there?
Warhead.
It's a warhead, watermelon warhead.
So I was able to get the Switch 2 version for only $27. Instead of the regular $59. So I did start playing Hogwarts Legacy on Switch. It was like grainy and fuzzy, and it looked horrible compared to how I played it on the Switch 2 with the experience. I'm like, what the heck is this? This is not the same game.
It's the PC version of the game. That's what it is.
Not even the same game. It's like horrible. And so I'm looking forward to continuing. Do you know if save data transfers for that game or no?
Yes.
Be awesome. So because I'll continue playing the game on Switch too, or maybe start over. I don't know. But Hogwarts Legacy will be a great game that I'm looking forward to playing. And Street Fighter 6 is also a really good game. I'm looking forward to playing. So in all said, I have a backlog already. Without even starting to play as the Switch 2, I already have a backlog of titles I need to get my hands on and play. But yeah, Donkey Kong Bonanza will be the first one. Wait,
cool.
That's not even out of the first day. Never mind. No, I'll take it back.
Yeah, stop, dude. You got to stop talking about Donkey Kong. We get it. You're
it's
excited.
Person.
I like it, dude.
The candy has hit him with confusion, and it's not even his candy.
Listen, once you meet Donkey Kong in the flesh, or in the fur, or in the costume, it just changes your life. It changes your life. You see that thing just moving like that and doing all the stuff, and then it's kind of wagging his hands, and then you hear him talking and doing the ooh 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 ah ah part, and it's just
Mike, it's your uncle. Don't worry about it. We got to move on now.
Who's my uncle?
The DK casting guy. Just can't keep up with the comment. What is happening?
Let's jump over to Eric. Eric, it looked like you were ready to jump in a bit ago. So, hype check, man. How you feeling?
I can actually game again. My Switch is kind of dying quickly. So I've been wanting this thing to come out like yesterday. So yeah, I'm super hyped for it. Probably going to be, I don't know how much gaming we're going to do. I know we're going to be doing we're going to be doing live stream with Nate, testing a bunch of different questions and that type of stuff.
There'll be some games played.
I'm sure there'll be some games played, but
there will be.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm excited. This will be really interesting to see how this Mario Kart plays versus, the ones in the past and kind of how this open world concept works. That's kind of what I'm most interested in seeing.
Yeah. Let's go to Stash Man. Hype check, brother.
Yeah. So, my excitement's through the roof. I would say it is at maximum power. It has been. And I say that when I say that, guys, you need to hear the announcer from Wave Race saying maximum power. That's where I'm at. That's where I've been at since I got that email from Nintendo to go to the Switch 2 experience. Like, it was really ratcheting up big time already. And then after playing it, it hasn't went down.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm curious about that.
Yeah, dude. If anything, it stayed or went up. And it's hard to go up when you're already maxed out. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
Yeah, so I've just been thinking about it like nonstop.
Did it feel like a big tease? Did it feel like, in a sense,
It felt satisfying to me. It felt satisfying. Because
having to walk away from that and knowing that
that part was really hard.
I won't be touching this little thing again for a while.
Yeah, that part was hard because when I came home and I picked up my Switch for the first time after playing over there, I didn't want to. And I didn't play Switch. I haven't played Switch.
Oh, wow.
I think I picked it up once.
A full-blown console affair.
Yeah, I picked it up once. I tried to play Breath of the Tears of the Kingdom, and I just couldn't. I'm like, I'll wait. I literally want to wait because it just builds up my anticipation to play this. I'm sorry, I did
for sure. Stash, continue, brother.
Yeah. So to answer your question, yeah, it's tough to walk away, but at the same time, it was an honor to be there, and I was happy to go. And I also knew that as soon as I got home, I would have to pretty much edit nonstop, which is what I did. And so that helped because I had immediate work to do.
Yeah.
Yep.
But even when I was editing and like looking over the footage as I'm editing it, I'm just like, oh my God, like, this is going to be so amazing. It's very exciting. Yeah. So yeah, hype level off the charts, maximum power. As far as, where I'm at, I was just looking it up as you brought up this topic, and I put in the old time and date calculator, and we're 13 days, 13 hours away from Switch 2 from that 9 p.m. launch. If you're getting it at 9, like we are, right? So it's really close. We're less than 2 weeks, right? That's the most important part. 2 weeks from now, next week's our last podcast before Switch 2 comes out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very exciting. Very exciting. As far as like what I'm most excited about, what I'm going to be doing, like I have a plan, of course. I plan to get footage at GameStop, get there early. Michaela and I are going to get there early. Party it up. I have a nice victory cigar that I'll be having there once I get the Switch 2 that I'm looking forward to smoking. I had a really good time in line with everybody.
Yeah.
At GameStop. So I'm going to see all the same people again. So I'm looking forward to touching base and, just doing what we do, right? At campouts or at midnight launches where you actually get to connect with, fellow gamers in real life, right? It's a good time. So I'm looking forward to that aspect. I have a whole content schedule like mapped out, and this is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of work. And this is my first time covering, a Nintendo console in this aspect. I've been camping out since the early 2000s, right? But this is my first time getting to cover it. So this is really exciting. Nate, this is your first time covering it. This is like really exciting for me. But I know that I have a lot of work to do too in order to meet the demands that I'm like kind of setting for myself. As far as games, Mario Kart, I mean, I want to go to explore. I want to find secrets. I want to see what unlockables are. I want to find those P switches. I'm very excited about the stuff that we'll talk about in the next topic that was announced today. I have a lot of games pre-ordered, and I have a lot of games I'm going to be doing videos on. So I'm going to be touching everything. And there's so much. So that's where I'm at. I'm very excited. At the same time, I'm just like mentally continuing to prepare myself, doing what I've mentioned to everybody, is that get everything you can taken care of. House projects, get it done. Don't put anything off. Make sure that when this comes out, that you really get to enjoy it to the fullest, to the best of ability that you're able to. Sometimes things happen in life, right? And you can set yourself up for success, but something comes up. That happens. That's part of life. However, it doesn't always happen. So set yourself up for success so you can enjoy this time. And that's what I've been doing. So that's another part that's added to how busy I've been, is that I got to get certain things done so I can really just soak it all up. And I'm going to be editing a lot. So that's where I'm at.
Thunder, you need to release, I'm telling you, man, you need to release an ebook called Stash Man's Guide to a Successful Console Launch. That has all these steps. You'll make a fortune, man.
Ebook?
Yeah, an ebook, dude.
Those are pretty easy to release, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be hilarious.
That's interesting.
I told you, man.
You know what? I'll tell you guys something really quick. I'll take 2 minutes. When I got hired at Loan Depot to start, I knew nothing about mortgage, nothing, absolutely zero. I Googled online to see if there was a book on how to do mortgage loan processing. Okay. There was one book, period. It was on Amazon. There was one copy. The seller and the author was in Arizona. And it was like an ebook. They printed it out for me. And I said, hey, is there any way I can pay extra for shipping? Because I need to study this. I need to make flashcards. I need to look at all of the terms in the glossary. I don't know any of this stuff. This person delivered it to me. They lived like literally, I think, an hour and a half, 2 hours away. And it was on the doorstep. And there was a note in there wishing me good luck. God bless. I'm like, what? Yeah, I had no idea. Wow. I was asking to pay more for shipping. Point is that this was an ebook. I lent that book to so many people after, especially when I went into training and management. I lent that book to so many people. Absolute gold. So ebooks can be very good.
Yeah.
Now, I might think about this now.
Think about it, man. Primal. Hype check. What are we feeling? We got less than 2 weeks now, according to the timer. What's going on through your wild and dirty little mind?
Look, there's a few things that happen when I'm on the internet, right? First off, I get a lot of people telling me that I shouldn't be excited, but
I'm going to go with my instinct on this one.
And, my instinct is telling me that I might be Gator's bitch because I got to be wearing some jimmies.
Gator's bitches better be using jimmies.
Otherwise, there's going to be a giant mess. Okay? It's going to be a giant mess in that 8-hour stream if I'm not properly prepared. Because here's the bottom line. I've been talking about this system. I know for many people, it seems like I've been talking about it for like 5 years. I get it because of Switch Pro, but Switch Pro is not Switch 2. They're not the same thing. The excitement levels for something like a brand new generation are not the same as the excitement levels for a mid-gen refresh. As exciting as that is, we're talking about a system that's getting all of Nintendo's exclusives beginning on day fucking one. So it's just a totally different level of hype that I have. And I'm not going to say that Nintendo's had this perfect marketing campaign to get there. Of course they haven't. I think they should have had the balls, the courage to put the pricing in the direct. I think they should have just whatever. It's going to be a negative reaction. Whatever. It's going to be negative either way. Just put it in there. No confusion. Move on with your day. Game keep cards. Should have talked about it a bit in the direct. Not discover it through a support page. Should have made it very clear our games are all physical. Third party have the option of going full physical or game key card. It'll be up to their discretion. Put it in the direct. Could have been more direct, ironically, with some of the communications. That being said, none of it has really dampened my excitement because I'm not an idiot. And I pay attention. And I'm up to date on everything. Things come out about Nintendo's policies. You guys know, like, one of those policies is literally dates back to the Wii and isn't new. You just never bothered to read the end user license agreement. And then the other policy is standard practice for anything that involves any sort of communication with other people. So whether you have text communication, voice chat communication, video communication, it's a standard policy that exists for your protection. And it's on every device that allows it, including Sony and PlayStation. Yes, they record part of your conversation that they can access when you report people. It's standard. It's for your protection. If they didn't do it, your reports are meaningless. You're reporting nothing, and nothing can be done. Okay? So, standard practice for a reason. I get it. You don't trust these companies with your information. I get it. You're worried about them spying on you, watching you commit sexual acts in your bedroom with your partner because you have your Switch 2 on the nightstand. I get it.
Absolutely.
That's what they're doing. Unless you're on Game Chat, that's not what they're doing. If you're doing that on Game Chat, you're probably an OnlyFans model and you're encouraging it. You know? That's your prerogative, right? You can only game chat with your friends, and your friends probably aren't going to report you. Probably aren't going to report you for what you're doing on there because they're your friends. That's another big thing about game chat. You can only do it with your actual friends. So because of that, the high chance of you getting reported is pretty low anyways because you're going to know everybody that you're chatting with. Now, that's not true when you play random lobbies and third-party games, right? You know Call of Duty, you know Fortnite, they have their own public lobbies. Yeah, that's not going to be true on those lobbies, of course. Those are strangers. But game chat specifically you're friends with, so I'm not too worried about that. And then you go to all the other policies. Well, the only other one has to do with like bricking the system. And then you start to realize that policy's been around forever and isn't new. And the modding community is not even worried about it because Nintendo's not saying you can't mod your system. They're saying you can't mod it, then connect to their servers. Oh, why would they say that? Well, because then you could hack their servers. You could cheat in the games. They have to do something about it. And you can say, just delete the account. Okay, fine. They banned the account. You could just make a new one. It's free. And then you're right back to doing it again. The only way to stop it is to brick the system. Guess what? Sony can do the same thing. So I just sit back and go, my hype levels, all these negative stories that everyone tries to get me down about, the game pricing. Guess what? I didn't pay $80 for Mario Kart. I paid $50. I think it's a great value at $50. So I got the bundle. Sucks I didn't get it physically, but I'm willing to give up a little bit, save some money and get it digitally. I'm cool with that. I think digital games should be cheaper than physical anyways. So my hype levels are, I can't even talk about a height. All I can say is my hype levels are provocative.
I don't even know what that means.
No one knows what it means, but it's provocative. People going.
So that's all you need to know.
All
my
right.
hype levels are so high.
They're provocative.
I gotta get a
Right.
release. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with you guys. Feel a little provocative
Whoa.
myself.
You can do it. You can do it all night long.
Hell yeah. No, man, I cannot believe that it's less than 2 weeks at this point. It's weird. It's kind of felt like a blur. It's gone by a lot faster than I thought it would. but I feel like as we get to like those, the 24, 48 hours before dawn of the final day, is really gonna be when time starts slowing down. My body is friggin' ready, and man, I'm beyond a 10 out of 10. I can tell you right now, as we get closer, it's going to be one of those things that keeps me up at night. More specifically, the night before launch, I know is going to be hard for me to sleep. And launch day is going to be such a big day. I didn't snag a in-store copy. I have the Walmart pre-order, so mine should be delivering at 9 a.m. on launch day per Walmart's rules. I also have a second unit that I was able to snag. My best friend sent me some money, and he's going to be visiting from out of town and arriving that morning. So we're both going to unbox our Switch 2s. I'm going to be able to get in some local multiplayer experience as well as playing some Mario Kart on my own and just testing as many of the bells and whistles of the new hardware before we have our launch day friggin' podcast, which amplifies the hype, because not only am I going to be seeing it and sniffing it and tasting it and experiencing it deep inside me, I'm going to be sharing that with all of you live here on the Nintenbyte Podcast. But I'm going to take it a step further, because listen, as we inch closer to this monumentous day for Nintendo and for fans out there, I have pressure looming over me. It's a good pressure. It's made me a little sensitive. It's made the nipples a little hard for a little too long. I've had to put some Vaseline over here, but I'm working on a big new intro, and my goal is to launch the new intro with the launch of Switch 2. So the pressure is heating up for that. But as I work on that, I'm getting more excited for the console. As I get more excited for the console, I'm getting more excited for the podcast. It is a perfect storm, my friends. And but my body's freaking ready. Let's go. Mario Kart World, take me. I'm yours. That's what I have to say.
Oh, yeah.
Now, when you say inside you, are you talking ping pong and ding dang inside you, or
don't ask questions you don't want the answer to? And
fair enough.
Someone mentioned in chat earlier when we were talking about the game prices. We were talking about Pitchford and what he said, and someone said in chat, you're gonna have to sell your body to afford the game. And I'm assuming that person heard what Vigilante said about me on his channel, and I just want to say that's none of your damn business.
Look, there's only one thing we have to say.
What's wrong with you?
There you go.
Absolutely. All right. Let's dive into the second part of this topic now. One that's a bit more tangible, and that's Mario Kart World, my friends. We had a new developer interview, and fantastic interview, guys. If you haven't read it or heard about it, definitely check it out. But Nintendo went over a lot of really fantastic information about Mario Kart World. Specifically, the game began development back in 2017. Friends, that is the inception of the Switch. This was meant to be the big new Mario Kart for Switch. And the game later became, in 2020, the decision was to make this a Switch 2 game, because the game was super big, super ambitious. And in order to have the game reach that ambition and run at a way that they'd be happy, they needed to take it to the next level with Switch 2. They felt like they needed to completely change the game with this go around, as they felt that they perfected the formula with Mario Kart 8 and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which I totally agree. And I love the theme of this, because this is what we've seen now with Zelda. It's what we're seeing now with Donkey Kong. We got a taste of that with Fire Emblem Three Houses. Nintendo's shaking up the foundations of their core IP. And this is just another example of them being like, we've perfected those old styles. Let's reinvent the wheel, baby. Let's go big and go home. Not or go home. Let's go big and go home, because they're going to be laughing all the way to the bank. But what do you guys think about this information? Did you all get a chance to go over this interview? Just some of the thoughts on the information that was revealed today about Mario Kart World. Let's start with Thunderstash. We rarely start with you.
Yeah, and I would also like to mention for any Nintendo Alarmo owners, they just released a new theme 13 minutes ago. I'm downloading it right now. Animal
Holy
Crossing.
hell.
Ah, very nice.
Yes, download now. There we go. Okay. So, yes, I read through the Mario Kart. Nate pointed it out. I was driving at the time. And I said, I got to reply to you in a little bit. But I did read what you said, and I replied to that part. And it was the part about Wave Race 64. And I thought it was funny because Nate, you mentioned it in your video. In my video, playing Mario Kart, I mentioned in my video that the water feels like Wave Race. The water sections literally feel like Wave Race 64. I say that in my video. Fast forward, this comes out, and they literally say that Wave Race 64 was their inspiration for the water in Mario Kart and to make the waves and the jumps realistic. And I was like, that is amazing. Like, what are the odds of that? How cool is that? So in a way, we do get Wave Race because I even said the water areas feel like Wave Race. So I still feel like we got it a little bit. One of the things that really excited me, and look, I love video game music. I always have. It's very special to me. I stopped listening to new music probably around like the year 2000. Okay. Like, in all honesty, I don't listen to new music. I think a lot of it's trash. Now, guys, I'm sure there's some good songs out there that you could probably call out in chat. That's not the point. I'm just saying overall, the overarching theme, I like the older music. They're more positive. They talk about better things. The lyrics are better. There's stories to them. I like the old music. 60s, 70s, 80s, some 90s.
Real singers and not auto-tune.
Yes, I really like the old stuff, okay? The only thing that I listen to, obviously, current day is video game music, and it's very special to me. I feel like sometimes video game music can almost transport you to a different time. When you hear certain themes, like I can literally envision where I was when I heard this the first time kind of thing. And like I can visualize it. I swear to you perfectly. It's weird. It's like a form of time traveling in a sense. It's really cool. But I got to say that Mario Kart music has always been very special. Always. Like you guys you'll hear it if you watch my videos. Very often I have Rainbow Road from N64 playing in the background. One of my favorite songs, the N64 version of Rainbow Road. So when I heard that there's going to be over 200 tracks, 200 renditions of music in Mario Kart, and some of them are going to be like live recorded tracks, I was hyped. I was like, really? This is awesome. And here's what I was thinking too. Let me take this a step further, okay? Because I haven't talked to anyone about this. So we have all these tracks, right? And when I say tracks, once again, I want to make it clear I'm talking about musical tracks, not race tracks, okay? So we have over 200 musical tracks. And all I could think is, what about when we get DLC from other IP? Because I know it's going to happen. What about when we get Zelda DLC? We get Zelda tracks. We get tracks from other Nintendo IP when they add cups from other Nintendo IP, just like they did with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Right.
I'm like, dude, I can't wait to hear those, right? Those songs, because it sounds like everything's going to be new. And I got to say, one of the things that I absolutely adore about Smash Brothers is the music. All the songs that you can get in the game. Like, I love hearing all these songs. It never, ever gets old for me. It hasn't gotten old. I don't think it ever will. And to me, it seems like they're taking a little bit of a page out of Smash Bros with the music. And if they
Totally.
take it a step further by adding tracks, musical tracks from other Nintendo IP, once those cups, which I am planning that this is going to happen. Okay. Obviously, this hasn't been announced, but historically speaking, I think that's going to happen. How cool would it be to get all these different IPs? So that's my thoughts on that. Those were probably my biggest takeaways. Obviously, they've been working on it since 2017. They talked about the DLC, right? About the
real quick, I just wanted to pull this up real quick. I thought it was really cool when they were asked in the interview about that, like the naming convention and the concept for the new Mario Kart game. And they provide this piece of concept art from, its initial stages of development, showing it's been that vision all along. And, we hear so many times with game development that goes for so many years, how sometimes, the team changes a little bit, the vision changes, they experiment with things, but it's pretty cool. I think that right from the get-go, they had a core vision for what they wanted this game to be, and it just kept evolving from there.
I do too. And when I saw that map, one of the things I thought of was like, man, I would like to get that printed off.
Right?
In like a 24 by 36 and frame it, put it up in the house like it's a real map. But one takeaway, one other one, this is the last one, and it's because we've talked about this a lot on the podcast. And it's the DLC Booster Course Pass, right?
Yep.
And again, they talked about how the goal was to make Mario Kart World on Switch 1, and they tried, they weren't able to, was not powerful enough. And so they decided as a plan B. This was not the game plan they wanted, but they said, okay, let's add more tracks then, right? They ended up doing the Booster Course Pass. It was wildly successful. But I've specifically said multiple times on the podcast that I believe Nintendo stumbled upon, like by happenstance, the success of the Booster Course Pass and the success of an evergreen Mario Kart title. And even last year, I was saying I thought Mario Kart was going to be the launch title. I was saying this probably close to a year ago.
Yeah,
and I was saying it, though, for this reason, for this exact reason, because of the evergreen nature of it that they stumbled upon. And I always thought they stumbled upon it, and they confirmed it here that they did, which I thought was really cool. So those were my takeaways.
Awesome.
Hell yeah. Another thing I just wanted to show off real quick. I love this when they talk about like the character and kart design for Mario Kart World and kind of their reasoning and how it evolved from, something that was a little bit more futuristic and I don't know, more like modern Mario visuals to something that, in this finished product has a lot more charm and personality. And I love the new design on this. I think it's going to lend itself so well to all the character animations and just the vibe of this game. But let's jump now to Mike. Mike, did you get a chance to look at this interview at all? And what were your thoughts on it? The fact that this used to be an early development Switch 1 game and its transition to becoming the next big next gen launch title.
Yeah, I did. I enjoyed the interview a lot. I always do with these developers. I think I have to admit, before I started working with developers myself, I really didn't pay much attention to details, but as much as I do now. And so when these developer interviews come up, I like to read them just to be more educated and just to kind of look at different perspectives. And the fact that this game started as a Switch game and just kind of grew, to become this massive Mario Kart world, it's exciting. It's super exciting, and I love the new art style. I really do. I know that I hear rumblings. Oh, the other one looks more realistic. Yeah, it looked nice for that, but this is the brand new feel, and more uplifting, more fun. You know, what I mean, you're exploring, you're having fun. I like how the carts just kind of hop. You can hop and like even the carts have some personality to it, right? And so I love that. Stash, you opened up something in my head when you said wave race because I felt the same exact thing when we were going into the water and like you know,
Right?
and so I'm like, wait, you said wave race is back, but what if it is in a bigger way? And this DLC is not just DLC; it's part of the world that they're trying to build. So you're wave racing to another continent, Hyrule.
It could be.
And you wave race from island to island. When they add more, the DLC is not just making the current tracks look like it, is actually completing the globe, right? And so you still
Yeah.
need to get from one place to another, you know, and it's through the water. So that's how they use that, you know, to connect each place. So that's where you actually get your full wave race 24 racer game.
Mike, you just gave me the most wild visual saying like wave racing to like Zelda courses. I totally pictured like a Wind Waker style, but when you cross that checkpoint, the whole game, all the racers go that cell shaded art style.
Dude,
like the whole world
can you
changes.
And what if the
And
Great
how
Sea
rad
theme
that would be.
plays? What if the Great Sea theme from Wind Waker kicks in? Because remember, it says when you go to different sections, the music changes.
Exactly. Can you imagine?
And you got the giant Octoroks, you know, shooting. Yeah,
that'd be crazy. I think you pass that finish line, all of a sudden you hear that Legend of Zelda, like a little tune saying you're here,
little jingle,
and then the music takes off.
I was gonna say they could add in a Pilot Wings aspect too.
Yeah.
Now that the carts turn
Absolutely.
into airplanes versus gliders.
Yeah,
So we literally, like, we do have aspects, honestly, from two of Nintendo's biggest B launch titles, Wave Race and Pilot Wings, throughout the years.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I really did enjoy the interview with the developers and how this game came to be. I especially the design process, just because I'm an artsy myself. I love art, and why they chose to make it, you know, to go this route rather than the hyper realistic route. They almost went with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And I really enjoy it because I just like the cartoony feel to it, right? Like the wacky,
absolutely.
You know, more 80s cartoon or 90s cartoon, you know, aesthetics and kind of features, and just like they did with Super Mario Wonder? Yeah, Wonder. So I was like, I wonder what it's called. It's Wonder.
Yeah.
Super Mario Wonder, how they went with that more kind of alive.
It's more stylized. Yeah. I couldn't agree with you more on that one. I think that Mario Kart 8/8 Deluxe is going to age like fine wine. It's a very beautiful game. Going this route, making it a little bit more stylized and a little bit, give it more of that kind of cartoony vibe, is going to make it age even greater. We've already seen how amazing Wind Waker has aged, and it adds so much personality to the characters. I mean, we've talked about on the show like how unbelievable Luigi's Mansion 3 looks on Switch and all the cool animations and expressions. That's because it's got that more cartoon stylized that really lends itself to the game. Let's go over to you, Prime. What are your thoughts on this one? What did you think of the interview? Was there anything in here that really stood out to you, that you liked, that you didn't like?
So I've been of mind that this game has a lot of content that they're not showing.
Sure.
I don't know that, like, we're talking about hidden worlds and stuff like that. I know some people think that. I do think there's more to the Rainbow Road stuff. Like there could be a whole cup. There usually is a whole cup tied to Rainbow Road. So there could be some additional tracks in space that maybe we don't know about, but I don't think it's going to be like this whole space world out there. Listening to the interview, I should say reading it, because I read it through the whole thing, made 2 pages of notes, made a huge video on it. My biggest takeaway is that this team put a lot into this game. They approached the very beginning of development of this in 2017 as, we can't do Mario Kart 8 again. So we're not going to. We're not going to try to fix what ain't broke. Instead, we're going to reimagine what a kart racing game is. And we're going to look at some other genres out there that have tried other things, such as open world. Can we make the open world work? They're not the first racing game to try an open world concept, but it's not really popularized in the kart racing space. So they said, can we find a way to make it work our way? And they did. They talked about P-switches, something I didn't go over in my video today.
You should have. I mean, you are Mr. P.
Yeah. God fucking. Yeah. Anyone else want to say it? Huh?
I'm the one that actually will get hit.
Yeah.
And Eric has the scars to prove it.
Yeah, right.
The emotional scars, that is.
Yeah.
Anyways, no. So what's interesting about that is, they didn't show any, like the footage they showed was one that they already had before. They just showed it actually come to an end, which we didn't get to see in the initial footage. I think there's more to those P-switches. I'm always going to think there's more to them until I'm proven otherwise. I think there's, because they talked about hundreds of quests and stuff like that. There's a lot they're not showing with those quests. They talked about landmarks in the game, where they thought about like putting up signs and stuff. And they're like, actually, we think it's cool if you just remember locations by landmarks, which just reminds me of the way that I navigate the world. Dude, I couldn't tell you where a street is, but I could tell you, something that's in that location to mark a landmark, and I know how to get there. That's how I memorize how to get around. So I really enjoyed that aspect. I feel like they just wanted to reimagine Mario Kart. And the big thing is that they had all these ideas. There's a lot of people out there that believe this game could have been a Switch 1 game, and it's understandable. It started out as a Switch 1 game. But the reason it's not isn't because Mario Kart 8 was selling so well. The reason it's not is because 3 years into development, they realized we got to cut stuff to make this work. 24 racers, man, this is kind of taxing. The detail we're putting in the world, this isn't good enough. You know what? We want to do all this expressionism with the characters. We want the characters to be very expressive in a way we've never done before. God, it's just not working. We might have to cut the frame rate to 30 FPS to even make this concept work. And then they started obviously hearing about the rumblings about what was happening with the next system, because again, this is one of Nintendo's big development companies, EPD9, and they're like, maybe we should just put it on there. You know what? No, we're not going to sacrifice jack shit. We want 60 FPS. We want the details. We want the 24 racers. We want this concept to be the best it can be. And they literally in the interviews talked about how they were working on this whole thing to bring it to Switch 2 when they made the decision. They didn't even have dev kits. They made this decision before dev kits even existed. They were just told what the target specs were going to be, but they did not have a dev kit, and they started making the game for that. And Nintendo just let them do it. They let them on the fly switch to something that doesn't even exist yet. Crazy. Awesome. It's probably the first game that was ever in development for Switch 2 because there wasn't even a dev kit to develop on.
And it probably wasn't even a launch game at the time. They
probably didn't even know if it would be a launch game at the time, But they knew that they didn't want to sacrifice anything. And that's why I went to Switch 2. Now, this is all according to Nintendo. You can believe them. You cannot believe them. These are the developers. They don't decide the pricing. These are just the people that make the game. And they didn't want to sacrifice anything. And they talked about how even on Switch 2, this is the thing that lets you know they ain't bullshitting around, because why would you say something?
Wait a sec, Nate. Is there people who don't believe this? Is that a thing? Or are you just saying?
Oh, yeah. No, there's people that think you can't believe Nintendo.
That's so stupid. I'm sorry.
These are the developers. They have nothing to do with the price.
What the heck?
So
it's like showing off old concept art from the game and stuff. So stupid.
Yeah, and like clearly, like, oh yeah, these were ideas they had at the very beginning. The thing is, here's how you know they're being honest. Okay, you would think Nintendo has this new system coming out that you wouldn't want the developers to say potentially anything negative about the system at all. They talked about in the developer interview that they ran into a CPU bottleneck with Switch 2 with what they were doing. They just said out loud their big launch game had a bottlenecking problem on the new system. and they thought they were going to have to cut a feature. But again, sticking with their, we're not sacrificing anything. They kept working at it, kept optimizing, kept doing everything they could, and they ended up not having to cut that feature. If you want to know what it is, go read the interview. But the point is, their developers just said they ran into a limitation with Switch 2. Do you think Nintendo wants that as a general message out there before the system comes out, that their own devs are hitting limitations? Of course not. That doesn't make sense. The PR doesn't want that out there. That doesn't sound good. But that's how you know they're being honest. That they were no filter. That Nintendo wasn't telling these people what they can and can't say about the game. It was just, no, we're diving into the development of this game. And if you ran into a problem on Switch 2, talk about it. It's okay. I like that transparency. This goes all the way back to the Iwata ass days. There's always been a ton of transparency in these games, in these developer interviews. So yeah, of course I believe what these guys are saying. They have no reason to lie because they don't control the sales data. They don't control any of this shit. They just want to make good games. And while I haven't played the game and I haven't dove into all the different aspects, all this interview told me is this might be the greatest Mario Kart game ever made. And that is not getting talked about enough because everyone's only focused on, is it worth the money? And I'm like, I don't know. If it's the greatest Mario Kart game ever made, am I even going to give a fuck what I spent? Because that's what I'm expecting. And not because it's $80, but because that's the expectations they're putting on it. When they brought up the 100 courses thing, and by the way, there's not like all these cups that equal out to 100 courses. That's not what they were saying. What they were saying is, if you count courses the traditional way of the past games, there's between all the ways you can go and all the variations, those would all be their own course in the past. There's over 100 courses. What they're trying to tell you isn't that there's that many individual tracks. What they're trying to tell you is this game is fucking massive. And you just can't even grasp how massive it is until you play it. So yeah, we might not have 32, 64 cups, whatever.
We will.
But there's a lot. And there's going to be DLC, obviously. But I don't know if they're going to get up to the 96, and who really gives a fuck? What they're doing, like, you think about this, a game like this, when I think of DLC, I'm like, what do? The DLC in the past doubled the size of the game, right? So they add in a whole new fucking continent?
I think that's
what I expect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that's insane. If you think about right now, if you count the traditional way, there's over 100 courses. So they're going to add 100 plus more on another continent? What the fuck are we doing?
Guys, here's what we got to factor in is that they didn't decide on doing the booster course pass until when? When was it again?
They said that was like 2020, 2021. They said in this thing, they decided in 2020, the moment that they decided that they're putting this on Switch 2 instead of Switch 1, they said, man, we got to do something. We got to do this booster course pass because we need something to fill the gap.
Okay, look how quick they did it. We're getting Mario Kart for the first time ever on launch day, on day one.
Yeah.
As with the mindset that this is going to be evergreen, they know right now what the content schedule is moving forward.
Oh
yeah,
I fully believe that.
I'm a firm believer that DLC is already in development, especially after this interview.
Entirely.
But at the rate now. You know what I mean? Like, we're not deciding 5 years after the games came out. I mean, if you think about it, Wii U to when they decided to actually do the DLC, was that 7 years? So they know right now, today, what they're doing for their content. That's why this can actually be more than Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, because we're not deciding 5 years after the game has been released. We decided 2 years ago that was our plan because we saw how successful the booster course pass was.
Yeah.
So we're going to release it at launch. That way we can support it from day one. That's why we're going to bundle it because we want everyone to have this.
I can already visualize the trailer in a future direct. It shows Mario Kart, Mario zipping by, other characters getting hit with shells and crap. and then it drops the logo and it says Mario Kart World, and then an S drops onto the logo to Mario Kart World's expansion pack.
Yes.
And then maybe we get cross-continental tracks. We get that pilot wings that takes you, you do a pilot wings race across into the next world. Be really cool. But
can I make one prediction?
Yeah.
Just one prediction. I want everyone to hear this in chat too. Hold me to it. I am predicting, and I said this already, by the way, a month or two ago, but it makes even more sense now that we've seen all the characters. I am predicting that when we get the Zelda DLC, Epona will be a playable racer. I said it a couple months ago. Do you guys remember that?
It makes sense because when, let's say, not only Epona, Ganon is going to be a character as well. We're gonna get Beetle. Beetle's gonna be a character.
But if Cow can be a character, which again we didn't know this, right? Until we saw it. We were talking about this a couple of months ago. Mm-hmm. If Cow can be a character, now that we know that, Epona can be a character. What is it? The Red Lion from Wind Waker?
Yeah, Red Lion.
Yeah. Dude, that can literally be a cart. This is gonna be and imagine if it goes faster on the water. Like if that's one of its skills, one of its stats, dude. It's the sky is the limit.
I think that this game is gonna go over every Nintendo IP before it heads out to invite any other IP into the Mario franchise. I think I think Pokemon is gonna be part of it with regions. Not just Metroid. When you go to Metroid, and all of a sudden it's all cloudy and dark and everything, and all the tracks are just like that. A Metroid will be on a cart once you're there.
A Metroid cart,
a Metroid driving the cart.
That's how you help the sales though of some of these IPs that should perform better. You get them in Mario Kart, where Mario Kart is literally the driver for those games as far as advertising. You don't even have to pay for it. We paid for it, and now Nintendo can advertise.
Yeah,
it's honestly brilliant.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Eric, thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I didn't actually read the interview, but looking at the notes and stuff like that, I'm going to read it. Mr. P, don't give me that shit.
I had to. Oh my god, domestic violence.
No, it's one of those that it doesn't surprise me that they started this out as a Switch game, because obviously nobody thought that Mario Kart 8 was going to hold on this freaking long. And I feel kind of they ran into the same situation, or a similar situation to what they ran into with Breath of the Wild. We're like, we have all these ideas. How do we contain them? Fuck it, that one's still selling. We'll just kick it. We'll just kick it down the road. And I guarantee you, if Mario Kart 8 did not sell as well as it did, and continue to sell as well as it did, this game would not be what it is. They would have had to kind of definitely cut corners, do things to get an actual game out. And then maybe try to push this to, a little bit into the Switch 2 life cycle. But because they saw how well this is that 8 was selling, they're like, okay, we can design and kind of keep trickle feeding that. And then we can take our time with this game and get all the things that we want in this thing. And I'm really kind of have a feeling that that's how that development went. Yeah. And it does not surprise me that, obviously, again, that this started out as a Switch game, because again, nobody knew that Mario Kart 8 was going to stay selling as well as it did.
And the food is a really cool feature, They would have cut the food out of the game. It was like kind of still good, but different,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I've chimed in a little bit here and there as you guys have been speaking about this, and I echo a lot of your sentiments on this one. It definitely, I recall many times throughout the Switch's life, thinking, okay, but when's the next Mario Kart coming out? When are we getting like a dedicated? And like you guys said, like this game was Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was just unstoppable.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, the assumption has been for most that, well, they're not going to put out the next Mario Kart game until this one slows down. And it never did. And the funny thing is looking back, knowing that they were working on it for multiple years before, it was never a thing that this is selling so well, forget about it. It was, we have such an ambitious idea for where we want to go next for the series, and it's just not cutting it on this hardware. So let's just pump out some DLC, some epic DLC for Mario Kart that everyone already knows and loves. We've perfected that formula, and we'll continue to work on this, and we'll make this as kick-ass as possible for Switch 2. Just a really cool surprise. It's funny. I had predicted for a couple years on my channel that Mario Kart would be the big launch game for Nintendo's next console, not because of any like theory that made so much sense that it has to be, other than the fact that Switch was so successful that the shoes are so big to fill. If they want to compete, they've got to come out the gate swinging, and there's no better game to do that with than Mario Kart. Their biggest seller that they have. But one thing that also stuck out to me in this interview that was mentioned by you guys is the water stuff. Loved reading about the water stuff and how like that was a challenge for them, figuring out like the proper feel for that. I don't know if you remember, Stash, one of the first questions I had for you when we talked about Mario Kart, when we had you sharing your thoughts about the Switch 2 experience, I asked you, how was the water stuff? Did it feel like water? Did it feel like just an extension of the track? Because we love that stuff. We talk about water a lot on this podcast. Thrilled to hear from you, but just cool to get some extra insight. I mean, there's not too much more I could say about this that hasn't been covered by you guys. I just think it's really good stuff. I'm stoked about the music. I love how they're always thinking about like, how do we make the music fit with the vibe of the game, the look of the game, the feel of the game. These are just like extra small things that the dev team is taking into consideration to make this the best Mario Kart out there. And guys, let's be real. The Mario Kart 8 soundtrack is like one of the best. Like whatever band they use for these games is unbelievable. Such talented musicians. I can't wait to hear all the new tracks, especially when, if and when we expand into those other Nintendo universes outside of just Mario. Really exciting stuff. And Mario Kart can't come soon enough. Love the new art style. I love that more kind of cartoonish, more animated, a lot more personality. And man, this world is big. I agree with Nate. I feel like there's so much that we still haven't seen from this game. I think there's going to be more to the P switches than we've seen. I know you retweeted a post earlier today, Stash, showing someone hitting a P switch, and it just like teleported a shit ton of cows onto the course, and you had to avoid cows and make it to the end. That's like, I love that stuff. That's the weird, quirky stuff where it's still challenging your skill, but adding that fun, goofy Nintendo flair to it to, add that extra depth of personality.
What I liked about that video is that it looked like they drove it pretty good, and they didn't pass the mission.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's not going to be like super easy, which I was happy to see that. I'm like, cool, man.
Oh, here
like,
we got it pulled up here.
Yeah.
You know what this would have been perfect for? If they were bringing crossover characters and they brought over a character from the Diablo series into Mario Kart, because anyone who's big fan of the Diablo series, there's a secret cow level.
Oh yeah.
That there's a portal that's a chance to spawn for the secret cow level, and the cows, when you kill them, that have a chance to drop like really good loot and stuff. But I love goofy stuff like this.
That's awesome.
I know we've talked about it once or twice maybe, but I do always wonder, and I don't know if Nintendo is going to go this direction. Like, I will say this is not something I'm confident at all on. I'm not predicting it, but I do think about it, I guess, from time to time, like I am now. Will Nintendo ever take these Super Smash Brothers kind of hype that we had with the invitations and all of that, will there ever be an invitation in Mario Kart extended to close partners? I always wonder about that because it was so wildly successful, right?
Yeah.
If you want it to emulate that again, but in a different way, right? And if you think about it, say they add like a Final Fantasy Cup. You know, Final Fantasy was first on the NES.
Yeah.
There's a lot of history there, but here's the thing. It benefits both parties because if you do that, Final Fantasy will sell better and Nintendo will make more money because they make a percentage from those sales. So it really is win-win. I wonder.
I don't think they're gonna ever really do anything like that. Smash is like this unique situation where it's like a celebration of gaming. Like that's what it is. It's smashing like it's literally it's in the name. Smash. You're smashing a bunch of franchises together. Mario Kart, you know, you could even see like, you know, okay, everyone thought there might be additional franchises in this Mario Kart world day one because of Mario Kart 8, you know, Deluxe having it in there. People forgetting that was actually DLC on Mario Kart 8. It wasn't originally part of the game. And then here we are, and it's nothing but Mario.
Yeah, I would only expect it with DLC.
Yeah, but even with DLC, I don't think it goes beyond Nintendo's franchises for a couple of reasons. One, this is their best-selling IP. They don't need other franchises from other companies to sell well. Two, you got to pay licensing fees, and now every part of sale of that DLC goes to somebody else. I don't still think Nintendo's going to do that with something that they know is like a 50 million plus seller for them. I just kind of feel like that's a very unique thing for Smash, and they're going to keep that as a unique thing for Smash. Because I also will argue this, like we talked about like the Final Fantasy Cup. I don't know there's a lot of crossover between people who play Mario Kart and people who play Final Fantasy. Like, I don't know
the point.
But I know that's like the whole point. But I just don't think people playing Mario Kart are going to feel inspired to go play an RPG game.
Yeah,
coming off a kart racer. Like it's a very different kind of experience. Whereas Smash, like a lot of the move sets and things you do in the game are things you actually do in those other franchises games.
You know, I've always hypothesized that when it comes to the licensing of the characters, that there's actually a chance Nintendo is not paying or they're actually getting money to be able to put that character in the game because Nintendo's contracting Sakurai to make this game. They're the ones who's paying him, and they're paying him to make your character to put it in our game so your game will sell better. I've honestly thought of it like if I was making that business deal, I'd be like, I'm not paying you for this unless you want to pay Sakurai because we write his checks. Like that's how I've always thought of it, that there shouldn't be any money being paid by Nintendo to help your IP do better on our platform because you're already making money because the game's going to sell better now.
Sure. But I don't know that like in business deals, that's really how it works. Like as fans, we look at it as, oh, if your character's in this game, your game's going to sell better. I don't think that's an argument. You can make it a business deal. I think it's one of those, you know, if you like, hey, you want our character, you pay the licensing fee to use our character because that's the only way we're guaranteed to make money. We're not guaranteed to get sales. But I do think that the one thing with Smash that's unique is that I think every company in the world would be honored to have their character in Smash. We've seen Phil Spencer come out publicly and say several times he wants Master Chief in Smash.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where it is sort of a unique situation that it's pretty much everyone wants to be part of the game. So there could be a thing where maybe there isn't a licensing deal, or there has to be some sort of licensing deal. Sakurai's brought it up many times. The reason he doesn't think an Ultimate can happen again is because of how complicated all the licensing deals are to do all that stuff, and how like they were very fortunate to pull it off once, let alone trying to do that all over again.
They did have some licensing deals and numerous licensing deals with Smash Bros.
Yeah,
especially for Cloud, Sora, Banjo, Joker, and Hero. Nintendo had to engage into like very deep licensing deals with those characters.
Yeah,
like they engaged into licensing.
I was gonna say I kind of agree with Nate on this one, that I don't think Mario Kart's ever gonna go the Nintendo Kart route, but Mike just named a character where I could see them maybe pulling one special character who's directly associated with Nintendo. And like if it was a case where they released Banjo as a racer and there was a Spiral Mountain course or area in one of the worlds, something like a one-off thing like that it's like anyone who cares about Banjo is a Nintendo fan. You know what I mean? It's not as like, even though, Final Fantasy VI is directly, linked with the Super Nintendo and, the older, go ahead, Nate.
I was going to say, so we think the DLC is going to be like a whole new world, right? Like a whole new continent.
Aladdin?
Yes.
So I'm of mind that if we look at this continent, it's all Mario. I think the next continent's going to be all a different Nintendo franchise.
Yeah.
And all Zelda world.
Yeah.
And so everything's based around Zelda. And now you've got like 50 new Zelda playable characters. And then all the associated costumes. Like, and it might not be Zelda. It could be whatever franchise they decided to be. That's kind of what I think they're going to do. Like, not Nintendo Kart where they grab a ton of franchises. There'll be like 2-3 key ones. Those are the DLC expansions. And they build entire worlds around that, which would be crazy and amazing and epic. And like, it's cool to think about Smash growing up Mario Kart. I think if it was the old way they made Mario Kart, that would make much more sense. Because here they're building a whole world. Whereas the older game is just, hey, you can just have a random Zelda course, a random Animal Crossing course, a random Banjo course. But that's not the way they're making these games anymore.
Yeah.
Because that's like that's exactly how it works in Smash. You have a random level for this game, a random level for that game.
Unless they theme an added continent as like worlds collide, some sort of world where maybe it's like a world smashing like two characters, and who knows?
It's all the new world's a Sony world, and they full licensing for every Sony character.
I did want to add one last thing to this, because there is a part of the Smash legacy that I think would be fantastic for Mario Kart. Is I love how Smash has made an event out of character reveals. Like, it's such a cool thing to build hype. And I think Mario Kart, well, maybe not reaching the heights of Smash Brothers, because it leaves that Nintendo atmosphere and is pulling from all spaces of gaming. I would love to see them tease character and world releases that same way, where it opens characters racing, maybe it's a little bit more cinematic style, someone gets hit from the new shell and you see the new racer just like burst into frame and do its like taunt at the character. I think that would be a great way to get people hyped up, like, oh crap, they're about to reveal the next Mario Kart character, and world and stuff like that. I think it would be really cool to see more of that.
It'd be cool to do that like inside the world, because I know I agree with Dave. There's so many characters in Nintendo IP, even retired ones they could add. Let's say they add they take Punch Out and they add what's the little fighter's name?
Little Mac.
Little
Mac could be a driver at Mario Kart, and all of a sudden they reveal Little Mac, right? Or they reveal Mike Tyson because he was part of
that'd be badass.
But
dude, that is so sick.
I would only drive as Tyson.
But to add to what just to answer the question about how did third-party characters became, went to Smash, it was a combination of both. It was a combination of Sakurai asking Nintendo if they could bring in third-party characters, certain characters into Smash, and then Nintendo working out those licensing deals. And then once that was done, there were a couple of companies like let's see here. Some companies approached Sakurai after they saw of the success and asked for their characters to be implemented into those into those worlds. So it was a combination of free characters and licensing characters.
So Nintendo wasn't going
No, it wasn't
to Square and saying, "Hey, can we use Cloud?" They were saying, "Hey, can Cloud be in the game?"
Yeah, Sakurai petitioned.
That's why I was wondering how the money worked.
Yeah, it was all his vision from the beginning. And then other characters who saw the success and saw that characters will be included asked for their characters to be included as well. But they also dictated how their characters were portrayed.
The likeness, you have
Yeah,
to.
the likeness and even their moveset and their
Yep.
interactions with other IPs that clash against theirs.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
can be like very micromanage-esque when you have to get the likeness down,
Yeah.
which can be stressful, right?
I'm-
Especially on someone like Sakurai, who, you
Yeah.
have to jump through hoops to get things probably approved and signed off on
Yeah.
for the
Right.
likenesses and the move sets. So yeah, it
It's
can
probably-
be a lot.
I'd imagine less challenges with the kart racer as opposed to a fighter. And I will say this: nothing's impossible. While I don't think Kart is gonna turn into Smash, I will say if you asked me in the Wii days if I thought we'd be able to drive Mercedes in the next Mario Kart game, I probably would have said no.
I agree, and also don't forget we have Pac-Man in Mario Kart in the
Yeah.
arcade.
In the arcade, you're right. You're right.
And that relationship has only gotten better with Bandai Namco.
Yeah. Yeah.
They've gotten a lot closer since then. So close that they have their own development team for Switch too.
Yeah. Yeah,
Two-
you're right.
So a
Two
lot's
teams.
changed.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. So, again, I just want
Here's
to
the bottom
preface
line.
that this is not my prediction. I threw it out there as an idea that could be
It's
really
a fun
cool.
discussion.
I'm
But,
putting it
you
out
know-
there. Stash throws a lot of things out there, and then it gets announced. He has this power of manifestation. I don't
Absolutely.
get
you.
it. I don't know what is going on, but if he says something that he desires in any sort of form, like give it a week, it'll get announced.
Let me tell you something. We're just what do you call the NPCs in the Stash created world. Stash is the main character. We're just NPCs, man. I'm just like just walking by.
I'm just AI. That's what it is.
It's all a simulation, guys.
All simulation.
There we go.
We've all thought about it.
Here we go.
I still
All
do.
right.
I've thought about it. I
Gaming
tried.
talk.
I actually tried to experiment it, and it didn't work. I ended up in the hospital. So yeah.
All right. Returning to the realm of whatever realm we're in, let's get to our last topic. So a bunch of rumors and leaks, a ton of stuff out there. One, I don't think we need to touch on much because we've done a whole dedicated topic on this before, but we'll throw out the Verge is now backing up all the other claims out there that Xbox does have a large number of games coming to Switch 2, and that should be announced fairly soon. Something we've talked about before. We all expect this to happen in June. We talked about the games we think, the games we want. To add to that, something that's not on the docket that I didn't realize is that Nate the Hate was actually talking about this today over on Reset Era. For those who don't know, he's a well-known, maybe the most reliable insider out there at this moment, especially for Nintendo. So someone asked him on Reset Era, Nate, are we going to get the Master Chief Collection for Switch 2, right? And he didn't answer that directly, but he said Sea of Thieves is planned as well. His response directly to that, kind of acting like, oh, Master Chief Collection and Sea of Thieves are coming over. Microsoft is planning a lot of support, but he said he's not going to list all the intended projects. He doesn't want to spoil everything. But many of the titles that are hoped for in this thread, he says, are not active projects. As he gives an example of one that's not active for Switch 2. Gears of War Reloaded, he said, not happening. There's no current Switch 2 port in development. Now, could it happen down the line if Microsoft wants to do it? Sure. But there's not going to be a release that just magically appears this year because it's not even being worked on. And he said that many of the titles in the thread that people are hoping for are not active projects. Many, not all. So this is the list of projects that were listed in there. Grounded with a Switch 2 update, which he did actually say that there will be a Switch 2 update for Grounded. The Indiana Jones game, Forza Horizon 5, Psychonauts 2, Avowed, Oblivion Remastered, Hi-Fi Rush, Doom: The Dark Ages, South of Midnight, Starfield, and Gear Tactics. So these are all the games mentioned that are on the list of games that he said most of these are not active projects for Switch 2. That does mean one or two of them probably are. And he hasn't heard anything about Forza Horizon 5 being on Switch 2 at all, but he said it is also possible that he just doesn't know anyone that works on it, that's always entirely possible because he hasn't really been someone who's been a source on Forza stuff in the past, so he probably just knows he personally doesn't really know anyone on that team.
Yep.
So he doesn't want to like definitively say it's not happening. It's just no. But a lot of these other games, he does know people, and he's saying most of these aren't currently active projects. Not that they'll never come over. If I had to guess on that list, just to kind of throw out there, Doom: The Dark Ages, I think is an obvious one. That's probably one of the ones that is coming from that list, and maybe one more. Maybe I don't know. I don't even know. Oblivion Remastered. I'll throw that out there because we got Skyrim, right? So those are the only one. But I think the rest maybe aren't coming right now. But there's going to be a lot that aren't on that list that could be coming, such as the Master Chief Collection, obviously, and he mentioned Sea of Thieves specifically. So that's really cool. That kind of adds to the Microsoft story. We'll kind of move on from there because we've already had this big, long, in-depth Microsoft talk before. And June's right around the corner. Like 2 weeks from now, we have like the Microsoft event, and we will have much more to talk about then. That podcast, you know what's crazy? We have a podcast on launch, and it's like, oh man, what are you going to have to talk about a week later? I don't know. The entirety of Summer Game Fest and Microsoft Showcase. How about that?
Dude, we're going to have so much to cover.
How much
It's going
that?
to be too much to cover.
Like, it's going to be wild.
That's the
June's going to
issue.
be fucking nuts. And you know Nintendo Direct rumors are going to start spinning up. It's going to be wild. So we don't have to talk much about that, but I am noting that is a current circulating story about the Xbox stuff. This is one that is interesting. Ubisoft Milan is hiring someone specifically, and it says it in the hiring post, for a big AAA Rayman game.
Yeah.
What?
Music to my ears this morning.
Oh, man.
Bro,
And
Rayman.
History of Rayman, it's like always on Nintendo. So,
Yeah. And the last Rayman that we got, I just want to say, in my opinion, Rayman Legends launched on as a Wii U exclusive at first.
yeah.
One of the best 2D platformers I've ever played in my whole life.
It lived up to
Personally.
the name. Like legit.
Absolutely.
So good.
Legendary platform.
Stunning hand-drawn
And
art.
some of the music levels were so
Dude,
good.
Those
Oh.
are so freaking good. Man, what a good game. And it brilliantly, obviously they changed it when they ported it, but brilliantly incorporated the touchpad, I thought. Fantastic game. Stoked if there's truth behind this Rayman stuff being a big. I'm curious to see what a big Rayman game looks like, but
Well, I got to be
cool
honest.
stuff.
Whenever I hear Ubisoft say AAA, I'm like, okay, so it's another side-scrolling Rayman game. Because you remember, Quad A is Skull and Bones. So,
Yeah, the first and only quadruple
Quad
A
A game, yeah.
game we've ever seen.
Bird, what was that Rayman game's name? I don't think I played it.
Rayman Legends.
Legends.
So there's like a mini series there. It's Legends, and what was the other one?
Origins is the
Origin.
first one.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic as well.
Yeah.
But Legends, like if
Legends
you're gonna play
better.
one, play Legends. It's
Legends.
phenomenal.
It's so good.
Is it on Switch?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, it is. Yep. So
It's inexpensive, extremely. You can buy a physical for like dirt cheap.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. I'm not exaggerating when I say it's one of the best 2D platformers I've played. I really mean that. Like when that game came out, I was like, this feels like something that was made by the Mario team. And this was like, Mario was doing the new Super Mario Brothers. I'm like, man, if only Mario had like art this cool, because they were getting a little stale. Wonder brought leveled them up a bunch, but Legends, Mike, you got to play it.
$7 on the eShop.
Yeah, dude. It's a fantastic.
Always on sale for some reason. Yeah, it's a very, very, for everybody in chat too. If you guys haven't played these games, it sounds like it's unanimous, right? That we all put a stamp of approval on it.
Yeah.
If I was reviewing games back then, I'd say absolutely pick it up.
Yeah.
I got my game to play while I wait for Switch 2.
Yeah, it is so good. So obviously we're all really hyped. More Rayman's coming. Obviously, with the struggles at Ubisoft, you never know if a franchise like that's going to come back. They're bringing it back. That's exciting. I think it can sell extreme. Maybe because the Switch 2 might be the whole reason they're bringing it back, because Nintendo fans eat these games up. So, really happy to see that. The next thing, this is interesting, because this deals with Nintendo. So they trademarked Hotel Dusk Room 215, which is a DS game. They trademarked the English, that those exact words, they trademarked in English in Japan. Now, that's wild because they've never done that before. This is obviously part of a series that Nintendo has already brought back and remastered.
Yeah.
So this
Hotel
is
Dusk
just
is awesome.
this is just another one of those games. So the fact that they've already did that on Switch kind of seems like they're just doing it again.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I am not an expert on this franchise, but the little I have played, it's really good.
Yeah. If you like those visual novels,
Mm-hmm.
kind of mystery games, which I eat up. This one was I played it back on the DS. Loved this game.
That's a growing genre. The visual novel. It's been continuously growing.
Thank
I think Switch
God,
helped grow
yeah.
it a lot. But in the way that cozy games is what really took off this
Yeah.
generation.
Yes.
But I think
Well-
visual novels are going to continue to blossom. Probably not to the level of the cozy games, but it's going to make some noise. It's going to do some numbers. Some of them are going to definitely catch people's attention, which is good.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just like to see the commitment to it. Obviously, they must be seeing some success with another code and other stuff they brought back. So I'm really happy to see that continue. And yeah, if you guys have never played visual novel games, they're a really nice like pace breakup from the games you're used to.
Palette cleansing.
Yes,
almost.
and they have
Very
a definitive end. You know, they're not one of those games that usually repeat because it's all story.
Mhm.
But you get to that end.
So there are exceptions where there's
exceptions.
branching depending on decisions. There are some that
Choose
have
your own
that.
adventure books.
Alternate paths and alternate endings. Absolutely. Yeah.
But
you can kind of figure out as you play the game
Yeah.
what those decisions were. Like, oh, I wonder what would happen if
Right.
I went the other way. Yeah.
Right. I will say storytelling is a huge part of video games in the modern gaming age. And a lot of people say like, certain Nintendo games don't emphasize enough on story as much as, some of the other like Sony or Microsoft games. Visual novels, I've played a lot of them. I really love the genre. If you guys like great storytelling, if you guys like things like plot twists, things that like make you gasp and like holy shit moments, you get a lot of that in the visual novel space. So cool stuff there. Or if you just want to laugh, there's a lot of great ones that are just fun and goofy, like Phoenix Wright, which is a fantastic series.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Now a really popular multiverses leaker, who's been right about a ton of stuff regarding multiverses, and obviously the company behind it, Multiverse Susie over on X, put out this interesting tweet that says, "Multiverses shutting down is an injustice. Then doing it all again is another injustice. Leaving me without any leaks is yet again another injustice." And then they respond to themselves with the number 3. Injustice 3, right? Right, that's the leak there. Obviously, presume that's going to be coming to Switch too. The leak is just it's in development. Maybe it gets revealed this year, maybe not. But I'm all for some more injustice. Why not?
The creativity in that tweet is injustice.
I 100% believe this one. Listen, Mortal Kombat 1, it's kind of the multiverse reboot of the series. It had its big expansion pack. Things have died down. There's a lot of Mortal Kombat fans, myself included, who, a little bit disappointed with the way this one's kind of wrapped up. But that being said, we know that Injustice has been something that people have been speculating, has been rumored for a while. We also know James Gunn is about to usher in his brand new DCU, rebooting the film. The time wasn't right for Injustice before. The time for Injustice 3 is right now. And for better or for worse, WB has supported Nintendo with the Mortal Kombat games. Probably for worse with Mortal Kombat 1 with the way that game looked and performed on the console. But Switch 2 is a new story. And I think whatever NetherRealm Studios comes up with for Injustice, I think based on what we've seen with Cyberpunk, based on maybe a better comparison, Street Fighter 6, I don't think we have anything to worry about with Injustice. And Switch 2 is gonna be a nice home for that game.
When's Superman due out?
It's
July, the first week of July, I think.
July, baby, July. Can't come soon enough. I'm just as excited for Superman that I am for Switch 2. So listen, Adding to that, because if you have not known, guys, I have another channel called, what's it called? It's called it's it's called Super Flicks. It's all about superhero movies. I just started it. So if you guys want to know more about superhero movie, Super Flicks. But James Gunn did also say that video games, once the DC universe starts, every video game after that with WB will follow the narrative of the movies. So literally, it'll be continuation of a story. And if they introduce a character in a video game and there's a story attached to that video game and the character, then that same character can appear in a future DC movie in real life form. Same thing as if they made a Batman one. That Batman will be the same Batman from the same movie verse. And Superman is in the movie. It will also be voiced by the same character in real life. So it's like an interconnected movie, comics, cartoons, and video games, which is
and we've gotten a taste of this already. For those of you who don't know or haven't played Mortal Kombat 1, Peacemaker's one of the DLC characters, and it's voiced by John Cena, who plays Peacemaker. So.
Yeah, there you go.
Awesome.
That's the whole $5.
Injustice is great, by the way. Both those games, story mode and fighting games, a lot of fun, and it's DC, so it gets extra points in my book.
And then the last major rumor is one that we have touched upon in a prior episode, but it's Red Dead Redemption 2. Game Reactor, a couple others coming out saying it's happening. It's coming this year. Probably day and date with the next gen supposed versions. And this one's, not surprising. It's also like, I think people, a lot of people react to the GTA 6 trailers like, oh my God, these are such like amazing graphically, so what an amazing jump from GTA 5. And I do agree. It's an amazing graphical jump from GTA 5. I don't think it's that big of a leap from Red Dead Redemption 2, and people are about to be reminded about that this year. That like Red Dead Redemption 2 looks fucking amazing. And people are going to be quickly reminded that, okay, maybe GTA 6 doesn't look that much better than Red Dead Redemption 2. I don't know. It just kind of makes me feel like, if you think graphics are the reason it can't be on Switch 2, I don't know. We'll see. Obviously, this doesn't guarantee any sort of future support. We don't know. We know GTA 4. That's a rumor out there, but that's a Switch 1 rumor. That's why I didn't bring that one up today, but that's a rumor out there for Switch 1 that GTA 4 is coming. See, still getting some stuff on Switch 1, guys. Some people think GTA 5 will come over again. There's no rumors for that yet, but maybe. So, yeah, I mean, look, Red Dead Redemption 2, big. I think it's a really big deal. It's one of the highest rated video games of all time, in case you guys didn't know. It's the same rating as Breath of the Wild. It's a 97 on Metacritic.
Awesome.
It's massive.
So it's awesome to get that game over. Lots of Nintendo heads haven't played it, but did play Red Dead 1 because it came over to Switch. Clearly sold well enough if it's coming to Switch 2. That's a good sign. They experimented with 1, sold well enough to justify bringing over 2. That's a very good sign for future Rockstar support. The fact that the trilogy must have sold well enough to get 4, despite the trilogy being maybe one of the worst port jobs ever. Pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Fixed now, though.
It was bad on all systems. They did fix it, but man, how do you mess that up?
I just bought it a few days ago.
Yeah,
digitally.
It's fine now. Yeah, it's fine now.
I'll play it on Switch too. It'll be fun.
Yeah. So, it's a good sign that obviously Rockstar seeing some decent sales. So, again, obviously the big game everyone cares about is the game coming out in May of next year from them. We'll see if that game ever makes it over to Switch 2. But it's just nice to see the support. It's kind of like the new Elden Ring game that's like different than normal Elden Ring. It's kind of like a spin-off almost. Eric and I saw it in person at PAX East. We saw they had a special demo there. You couldn't really,
Night Rain
got to play it. Yeah, Night Rain. Yeah, someone from the crowd will get to play the demo with it to kind of prove it's a real game. It really exists. It's really coming. It's in a playable state, but it's not the same as Elden Ring. It's a very different kind of game. The combat's very similar, except now you're doing it with like 3 people at once on like a boss enemy and stuff. But it's very if you've ever played Elden Ring, it is very different from Elden Ring. So this isn't like I know some people, it's like an Elden Ring sequel. No, it's not really a sequel. It's a spin-off. But it's a really cool spin-off, and I do expect that's going to end up on Switch 2. I heard someone tell me that no way it's on Switch 2. I'm like, dude, it's on PS4. Come on.
Like, I played the beta. You guys know that?
Yeah.
After I played it, I guarantee it was coming to Switch 2. You can tell. And like you said, it's coming to PS4.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it come to Switch 2?
Yeah. They're just not. The reason, guys, it's not announced is because, again,
illogical.
Elden Ring's coming. They got to get the first Elden Ring out to the audience. The Night Rain's going to probably come next year.
Exactly.
And then Elden Ring 2, whenever that comes, probably going to be there, assuming Elden Ring sells well, which it probably will.
Yeah. Developers got to be real careful to not flood the market.
Yeah. And you're introducing a new IP to Nintendo fans. Like, you got to get the initial thing out, let them experience it, give them a year to ruminate, then give them a spin off. And Elden Ring 2 is probably not coming for another couple years. So you got time to spread some things out. And by the way, I don't want to hear jack shit about things not coming from Software. They're making an exclusive for Nintendo. Like, I think people just kind of forget Dustbloods exist. Like, legitimately, they're making an exclusive game for Nintendo. So, like, clearly From Software and Nintendo are getting along pretty well right now.
You think we'll get the other Souls games?
I was just about to say they need to get Dark Souls 2, more specifically 3. I've got a really special place in my heart for Dark Souls 3. So I think we got to get them all over to see that come over.
I think they do numbers too. Bring them over with the DLC, complete editions. I think there's a trilogy on PS4.
Yeah,
you can get that's
all
in one physical package.
I think they need to drop the trilogy.
That would be nice.
I think they need to do that. It's on all the other platforms at this point. No real reason not to bring it over. I think obviously, again, like you said, spread things out. Don't drop all the From Software games at once. You got Elden Ring now, maybe Dustbloods in the first half of next year, maybe Night Rain second half, maybe Dark Souls trilogy, beginning of 2027. And then after that, you're moving on to probably Elden Ring 2 at some point. So then you're kind of caught up with all the big ones besides the one that Sony owns all the rights to. Was that Bloodborne? I think that one's obviously not going to leave Sony because maybe we'll go to it's on PC, but again, Sony's not going to let that go over to Nintendo. Just like Nintendo's not going to let Dustbloods go anywhere. So that's the one thing, PC gamers. I'm really sorry. If Nintendo owns Dustbloods, it's never going to be on PC. And I do apologize for that because Sony lets it go to PC. Xbox is always on PC. I am sorry if Nintendo owns that IP. It could be a temporary. It could be like a Monster Hunter Rise situation where this is actually just a temporary timed exclusive. But the way it was announced made it feel like it's an exclusive.
Someone's totally gonna clip you saying it's never coming to PC and make like a super trash talky video from that like 3-4 seconds of you speaking.
Oh, dude, it happens all the time.
You talking about Dustbloods?
What?
The what?
Are you talking about Dustbloods?
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Well, that's the end of the rumor stuff. Let's just get into the Q&A segment. Remember, guys, you still have a chance to super chat and get your questions in for the Q&A segment or your statements you want us to feature. Going all the way back to the beginning, Joy Pitt said, peeps. Getting back to the fucking peeps. But they're the GOAT if you make Rice Krispies with them.
Oh, yeah, they are.
You know what? That is true. Joey brings a good point.
Yeah,
I haven't tried that. That might work.
Yeah.
I have tried that.
Redeeming factor. Okay.
Make s'mores with them too. S'mores, they're good.
Yeah. Yeah.
You should have been here last week, man.
Yeah. It's the sugar. It's the granular aspect of it. The grinding of the sugar on your teeth. You could just feel your enamel evaporating. Like,
I think we need it. Not that
it's
we need
expensive.
It.
It's an expensive dentist visit.
I've never had it with Rice Krispies. I might have to try that sometime.
Yeah, that is good.
Okay. Then he comes in and says, bring back Earthbound. Of course.
Amen.
Who
Preach.
doesn't want it back?
Hey, you know what? If everybody wants Earthbound back, buy Deltarune.
Who's that?
Oh, there we go.
Because Deltarune is likened to Earthbound. There's some inspirations there. And hey, you know what? Maybe if it sells like crazy, they'll take a cue from it. Just like what's the pizza game?
Which one? Pizza Time?
It's like the pizza game. That's like Wario. I have it pre-ordered. Pizza Tower, right?
Yeah,
Pizza Tower.
Is that what you said? Pizza Tower? Yeah.
Pizza Tower,
Same
yeah.
thing. Likened to Wario. Maybe we'll get a Wario now.
Or better yet, just keep tweeting Reggie. That's what I say. Just keep tweeting Reggie.
He might hit you with those laser eyes again. Infernal Lycan, just thank you so much for re-upping your membership. Do appreciate it. Second month in a row. Then we have a Demonic Brawler saying 2 weeks and a day. Fucking A, man. Actually, as of right now, it's
not even.
It's 13 days, 13 hours as of like 2 hours ago.
Literally a half hour. Fast forward a half hour back, the system's out for me in like 2 weeks.
Less than.
Fucking crazy.
It's less than 2 weeks.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I know you keep saying less than, but it's technically 2 Thursdays from now because Thursday's tomorrow.
So you just can't hide it, Nate?
But I get it on Wednesday, so
yeah.
It's now officially a half hour less for me. Half hour less time, technically. All right. But the official release date, okay, to add an extra day for the official release date. Demonic Brawler says, thank God that most Switch games are backwards compatible on Switch 2 because holy hell, my backlog. Yeah, you run out of things to play day one. Just touch the backlog.
Yep.
It might even have improved performance.
Exactly.
You know? Or some of them might not work at all. Make sure you check that list. Demonic Brawler. Obviously. NFL Blitz, NBA Jam.
Yep.
I think the hoop behind you stays up until it's back.
Yep. I'm down with that.
Yeah.
I'll keep it up. Maybe I'll move NBA Jam into here too and put it in the frame. Bring the arcade in here too. Whatever I can bring. I can put Jam here and Blitz here. I got them both. Let's make it happen.
Stash, can you get a jet ski in there too?
Only the model jet ski.
Well, I'm hearing is that I gotta go to Stash's place and play the good arcade games again because I can't find them anywhere anymore.
Yep. Gotta have them, man. Those are gems.
Yeah, those little tiny mini ones. Yeah. Joycey J comes in, says, fun fact, if you eat dessert before dinner, you'll always have room.
Yeah.
Yay for Hyrule Warriors.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna save room for dessert. Not if you have it first.
I see no why.
Michaela does the same thing. She'll try to give me dessert. I'm like, I'm literally like, chewing on a burger right now. I can't do that. It's out of order.
If we all go to PAX West and we go out to dinner, we just got to try the whole. Hey, you know what, guys? Can we see the dessert menu first?
Right.
That's our appetizer.
That's our appetizer. Yeah.
That's so stupid. You guys like to start with some appetizers? Yeah, we'll take the sundae and the big ass brownie.
Get your little chocolate souffle, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh man, the restaurant would be so confused. Rax32 at 2013 says Chrono Trigger this year or next year?
Next year.
This year is the 30th anniversary.
I'm gonna say this year. Yeah.
I mean the remake or the 3D, the 3D kind of 3D.
I'm thinking HD 2D.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah.
I don't think it gets the Final Fantasy VII, remake 3D treatment. I think it gets HD 2D.
3D. I'd rather that keep the old style, but still, new.
Yeah, Dragon Quest it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it would be beautiful.
The crazy thing is that they don't even have to. Like, dude, when I think about like a pixel game that stands the test of time, Chrono Trigger is perfect. They could give me the same Chrono Trigger and just orchestrate the music. Like that could be the
fully
upgrade.
Orchestrated would be sick. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Don't you literally travel through time in the game?
Yeah. Like give it Octopath Traveler, graphics or like the Dragon Quest. And
yeah.
I think people
Dragon Quest did that thing.
Yeah.
Dragon Quest did the thing where you could have the 3D or the pixel, right? Didn't they do that for one of their releases?
Yeah, Dragon Quest 11S did.
Yeah,
that's right.
The
They could do
S
something like
version.
that would be
they
sick.
gotta add some good voice acting too, because that game calls for voice acting, like really good one.
Yeah, that would be nice too. Man, that's a game I dream about. Like that's a bucket list.
Are you
remake for me?
You pixelated when you dream about it?
Is it? Yeah, I do. I do dream about it pixelated.
So you
I
are
dream about the
pixelated?
HD 2D with like some nice pixelated lighting, like
Yeah.
they did with Octopath. No, really, like some nice particle effects mixed in with the 2D. Like they could do some really nice stuff. I'm very excited at the idea of it.
All right. I'm moving on to the next question. We're done with that one. Demonic Brawler. Will they make a Switch 2 edition of Mario Maker 2 with new mods, whatever, and items and added in mouse support, or will they just do a Mario Maker 3?
No.
I think there could be an update that adds mouse support, but besides that, I don't really think they're going to do a whole lot. Mario Maker 2, I feel like Nintendo probably felt like was a sales disappointment. I don't think it sold as well as they thought it would, especially considering how well 1 sold, but 1 was on Wii U. I think if they do another Mario Maker, they're going to do Mario Maker 3D and let you make like N64 levels and Sunshine levels and stuff.
That'd be cool.
That would be something that would reinvigorate Mario Maker.
And of course, they're going to incorporate that mouse feature. I mean, that's the perfect game for it.
Yeah. I definitely think it's possible we'll get a Mario Maker 3. I think the first Mario Maker suited the Wii U so well, obviously because of the gamepad. I don't think there was anything inherently I don't know about the OG Switch that really lent itself to a Mario Maker game, whereas the Switch 2 having the mouse mode really changes the game. And what I think would be really cool is obviously they get rid of that new Super Mario Brothers style, throw in the Mario Wonder style, and let you play with Wonder, like the Wonder mechanics in a Mario Maker could be really, really cool. Customizable Wonder mechanics. Mario Maker already has all the weird stuff with like the cat paws and all the goofy stuff. They could do a lot of awesome stuff with the Wonder Flower stuff.
Dude,
or the Wonder Seeds.
I mean, obviously, that's like a no-brainer to add Wonder into it, and the Wonder Flower. Trying to use the Wonder Flower and let's say a Wonder Flower into an NES game, what it will do there, right? It's kind of like
absolutely. They do a pixelated like acid trip. Yeah, I love it.
All right.
Yeah.
You know what's up? This was to make me drink the beer earlier. Thank you so much, Demonic Brawler, hitting the streak. Indie Mania 2025. We got 2 of the hosts here.
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys hyped?
The most.
Thank you.
You guys know what's up. I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm just watching.
Yeah. And
maximum pumpage.
Too.
Yeah, when is it again? I probably got to add to my stream schedule.
You know what? I'll drop the date right now. It's gonna be on June 26th. June 26th.
Oh, there might be a Nintendo Direct around that time.
Well,
hell yeah!
If it is, then we'll cancel it.
We'll
the Direct, not the Indie Mania.
Cancel the Direct, not Indie Mania.
We're aiming for June 26th. We'll release an official announcement later on. But yeah, right now what we're doing is looking for 100 streamers to join our show. So I'm just putting it out there. If you are a video game streamer, like Mr. Stash up here, Stash is gonna be a part of. He's one of the co-hosts here. Like Nate back there in the like Eric right here. Eric, right there.
I ain't no streamer.
And like the bird, like the great bird down here. If you are a streamer and you're that good looking, you know, like these guys here, then yeah, we invite you to we invite you to stream Indie Mania. You can go to indiemania.net and just sign up as a co-streamer. You'll get some perks, digital codes and stuff, and it'll be cool.
All right, there we go. Demonic Brawler. I want to see Thunderstash and Gamebird video game. Are you talking like an angry video game nerd style video game?
Yeah.
By the way, I finally played the AVGN video game at PAX. It's Mega Man. It's all.
It's awesome though, right?
Yeah, it's fun. I'm like, dude, I'm like, wait a second. Can I power? I can power. This is fucking Mega Man.
I enjoyed it. Yeah. I thought it was funny. I had a good time with it. And I plan to play the full version and review it when it comes out.
I'm just I'm like, oh my god, it's literally just Mega Man. This is sick.
Yeah, right. It's funny. Like it's legit. The dialogue's funny and the enemies. I'm like, what the? Because like I'll be honest with you, I didn't consume AVGN content. Like
Sure.
I know about the popularity. I've seen a few things and it's funny, but I just wasn't there. I think you had to be there to really, I guess, enjoy it all. So I was surprised by some of the enemies in that game. I'm like, what?
It's by PM Studios, right? PM Studios?
Retroware.
Wait, Retro.
Yeah. Actually, I just talked to PM Studios today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I was
part of-
emailing with them. They just hooked it up with a review code for a game I can't talk about. It's coming out at the end of the month.
Well, they are part of Indie Mania, so
I know.
So the
I
question is,
mentioned that.
Dash Man, how do you and I get a video game, man?
You know, I'll be honest.
The people want it.
I've never thought about it, and as soon as I read that, I was like, "That's a great idea."
Go on X.
Like,
and
it sounds great.
Game.
It sounds great. It sounds like a really fun game too.
I can make the pixel for you guys if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
You know, the street I grew up on,
Hmm.
like no joke, the street I grew up on is Thunderbird. I swear to God. Yeah, dude, it's perfect. It's literally perfect.
You guys were just see, look at the power of manifestation.
Can I have to,
Game Bird.
Well, I have to say that's funny because the street I grew up on, I'm being serious. I grew up on Thunder Drive in Oceanside. Yeah.
I thought you
were
were Thunder Prime, and I was gonna be Jesus fucking
Oceanside in Cali?
Yeah, that's where I grew up.
Oh, yeah, I used to drive by there all the time.
Really?
When I worked up there, yeah.
Oh, sick. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I worked in San Diego and in Monterey. So
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I lived out there for a while for work.
I was born in Los Angeles. Sorry, Nate. Well, just let me say my piece. But I grew up from like middle school through high school and stuff in college in Oceanside.
Yeah, so I lived in Ocean Beach in San Diego.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should hang out sometime. I know.
Yeah, we
we're
should,
not
man.
worlds
Yeah.
apart, but we should talk more. This is nice. We should talk more.
I really thought you were going to say you grew up on GameStash. Oh my God. That would have been because of Thunderbird and then GameStash.
That would have been
GameStash. Yeah.
I thought you were maybe going to do that too.
Yeah.
But you
That
really
would've been
grew up on Thunder
hilarious.
Drive?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Thunder Drive. Yeah.
That's funny.
Right off College Boulevard.
My friend asked me where I was going to be picking up my Switch pre-order from.
Yeah.
And I was telling him that I was trying to pre-order it at Best Buy on Thunderbird because it's the Thunderbird location, and it's a little sketch. It's a little sketch, but I was like, I feel like I have to because that's the street I grew up on. You know, like we kind of have to do it.
You guys were neighbors the entire time.
Would have known. We were at the same E3 together. We didn't even know.
We all of us.
We all were
Right?
of us. We literally were all there.
Yeah.
Katsuna84. I'm buying one game key card, and that is Yakuza 0 because I love the Yakuza games.
The game is awesome. I played it at the experience. Plays well on Switch.
That's always good to know. Jorge, speaking of Yakuza, is a little worried. I'd feel bad if Street Fighter 6 and Yakuza 0 don't do well because their game keys would put their future on Switch 2 platform in doubt. Yeah, I could understand that. Know how they could solve this? Put out a full physical copy.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna buy a key card, unless you're thinking of not owning it anymore, just buy digital and then keep that little slot open for something you're gonna own for real.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I'm not so worried about Street Fighter so much. Yakuza, I can understand some concern that you want it to sell well so we get more of them. But like, the Switch 2 gamers are just trying to make a stand. They're trying to be like, it's not that we don't want your game. Put it on a cartridge. that we can like insert and not download, you know? But here's the thing. 50% of all sales are digital. Some people are just going to buy it anyways, right? It can still do fine. You know, it's probably just not going to do as well as Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
Probably. We're even assuming like maybe Cyberpunk sells like shit digitally, so then it just actually doesn't really sell that well. I have no idea. Yeah, we'll see. Boo Many. Nintendo Prime, can you play the Nintendo parody video here? No, I cannot. Thanks, though. Thanks, Boo Many. We're not playing that video here. Karkun, after this one last podcast before Switch is with us. I'm probably going to play Welcome Tour first. Am I the problem?
Nope. You are a gamer that is well, versed, and you are entitled to whatever game you want to play first, man. Maybe you're happy, go for it.
Yeah, that's a good answer, and I already have it pre-ordered digitally from Best Buy.
It's $10, man.
Yeah, it's $10, and I had a good time with it. And I think there's going to be a lot of just really fun Nintendo Easter eggs in there. To be honest with you,
tutorials like a game, right? Like mini games.
There's tons of mini games. They said there was like 40 or 50 mini games.
Yeah, it's a fun way to learn a system, but playing games too. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I legit had fun with it. I feel like I almost need to play it first though, because if I don't, I may not play it.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, there you go.
Like force myself to play it first.
I can see my kids playing it a lot. But I look, Karkun, if you think you're part of the problem, I'm buying the game too. So I do. The problem's obviously that everyone pretty much thinks it should be a pack-in.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: buy it or don't buy it. It's not a pack-in. That's not changing.
The problem lies within the title.
Oh,
if you would have named it something else,
Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. How is that not a?
Yeah, there wouldn't have been outrage if you would have named it better.
Yeah,
but you named it like something that should come for free.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
You named it like a demo, and then you said the game introduces you to Switch 2. Okay, well, what the fuck then?
Right. This teaches you how
this
to
is
do
an
shit
introductory game to Switch 2. Then why isn't it impacted? Like,
You set yourself up for failure on that one. I feel like they weren't thinking a few steps ahead, unfortunately, and it immediately bit them in the ass.
This is where I wish Reggie Fils-Aimé was still president. He would have recognized right away and been like, "Hey, what the fuck are we doing? No, we're packing this in America. It's happening.
Yeah.
What? No, we're packing it in. We ain't charging $10. It's in the name of the game." And Reggie's been highly critical.
For real,
on Twitter. Oh, he's like, this one. He even put up the examples of games that he was directly responsible for getting packed in, including like Wii Sports. And he basically saying this isn't. He even said something like, "This isn't the Nintendo I remember." I'm like, well, yeah, because Reggie, you were there, and you were the one that made it happen. So yeah, you're not there. Maybe you shouldn't have retired. Damn it.
Right.
Damn you for making personal choices and enjoying your life.
Oh, did he? It's funny. It's hilarious. I predict that game will eventually be free.
We'll see. Venata 712. Oh, you know what? I'll make a prediction for it though. Hold on. I'll make a prediction for it, even though it's a really funny statement. My prediction for Welcome Tour is that it'll be the first Nintendo release game to be discounted. I don't think it's gonna be free. But hit 50% off in like a month.
Yeah, $4.99.
Or they add it to one of the NSO bonuses if you have the expansion.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
You get it for free.
Yeah.
I think that's a safe bet.
That's a good call.
Now, Venata 712 is here to remind us of a famous quote from Mike Odyssey. I'm just here so I don't get fined. Mike Odyssey, 2025.
When did I say that?
You
like
did it
10 minutes ago, dude.
Yeah. 10 minutes ago. Yeah. You say it every 5 minutes. Every other time we call on you to talk, it comes out your mouth.
What did I say? When did I say it? Why?
And then Eric's just over here frozen or something.
Yeah, lost connection somehow.
It happens.
Yeah.
You're back though. Hold on. And he's back.
Sure.
Hey, it's all right. Here. All that matters.
All
right, Devon Brawler. I better get my Switch 2 by 9 a.m. on the 5th. If it's 9:01 a.m., I'm calling Walmart's home office and officially filing a complaint.
Yes.
I'm actually really scared of that.
Listen, they say 9 a.m. Karen will be 4. So I'm hoping that before they make a mistake and deliver like a day or two early.
Is it weird that when I read Walmart's statement, and I swear this is how my brain works, but the way I read it was like from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. If it's not delivered by this time, the pizza's free. That's exactly how my brain read it, right?
Well,
Absolutely.
that's how it used to be with like Domino's Pizza. Used to have the 30-minute delivery like thing. If it ain't delivered within 30 minutes of your order, it's free.
Yeah, and they're making this claim that it's going to happen. There's no fine print there. There's no like
9 a.m. or before.
And here's the thing. I was talking actually on Twitter with one of my friends, okay? And he was asking about how shipping would work and if he's not home, do you think they'll like return it back to the store? And I said, usually what happens is you'll get a USPS pink slip that tells you to go, which I had to do for this package actually. And then I thought about this. Guys, listen to this. Clearly, USPS is not delivering it. It's going to be the Walmart people that deliver it.
Yep.
It's not USPS. Ain't no way in hell they're delivering before 9 a.m.
No. And Jake Randall's already said this. It's the same service that Walmart uses to deliver groceries.
Yeah.
Right. So are we, that's my point. Are we confident that they're all going to deliver it before 9 a.m.?
I'm confident because
Thanks a lot.
Jake
Now
Randall,
the fear is
they've done this with PS5 and other systems, and all of them made it on time.
Amen.
That's why they use it.
Good.
Because it's such a good service.
Good, because I don't want to see anybody.
But someone's gonna bitch if it's like 9:01. You know, there's gonna be like rolling down your street at 9:01 a.m. to deliver, and someone's gonna be like, me. Shut the fuck up.
And everyone will tell them to shut up. Yeah.
Open the door at 9:01.
Dude, this guy is like,
get off social media, go play your system.
This guy has just dropped off like 80 fucking switches in a row. Shut the fuck up and calm down, all right?
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus.
I wonder what time they're gonna start, because I'm pretty sure somebody's gonna get it earlier.
Oh yeah, some people get it's 9 a.m. or earlier. So store open basically is when it'll start.
Midnight?
So if your store opens at 6, that's when it'll start delivering.
I kind of look at it like Santa delivering presents, right? Like the cutoff is basically 9, but
Christmas that day.
He's gonna start delivering as soon as it gets dark outside and everyone goes to bed. Right? Midnight.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The old Santa Claus.
I'll be at GameStop at midnight and waiting on the next day for that 9 o'clock one.
So Alyssa Toro says, which should I play? Zelda Breath of the Wild, never played a Zelda game before. The Raidu Remastered, never played. Or Xenoblade, trying to branch out of my comfort zone games.
Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Well, I'll say this. I wish that you would have included what your comfort zone games were. Because I think it's hard to make a recommendation when I'm not sure what you usually play. I will say I love Xenoblade, but like if you're not already in the JRPGs, it's a very complicated franchise to get into. It throws a lot at you really fast with very little explanation.
Alyssa plays cozy games. That's my prediction.
Alyssa plays cozy games.
So then if that's the case, right. Probably Breath of the Wild. I think it's an easier game to get into. You can play it at your own pace. You never feel rushed.
You can
you could die a million times. Doesn't matter.
Whatever order you want it in.
Yeah.
You can cook.
Yeah. You can cook in the game. Absolutely. You can just explore. Do nothing.
It's a step out the just 1 foot out of the comfort zone. You don't have to completely leave it.
And I'm not saying like Raidu Remastered is great. Xenoblade's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think like the kind of genre you're coming from. I think Breath of the Wild might be an easier transition into getting into these kind of games.
Yeah.
And then if you absolutely love Breath of the Wild, obviously you can jump to Tears of the Kingdom next. But besides that, that might open your whole world to adventure and RPG games, and then you can start really exploring the whole gambit.
I'd also say wait on Xeno for an update.
Yeah, there could be an update coming.
Yeah,
but
we're getting one on X. We're getting that 60 FPS, baby.
Yeah,
that's what I'm waiting for.
It's what I'm waiting for. It's right over here.
I'm not waiting for it.
And of course, Joycey J, she just wanted me to hit the button.
Here she comes to wreck the day.
I'm not even gonna read it all.
Liar, liar, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, I also have this one from Liar Liar.
Stop breaking the law, asshole!
You know, the lamest scene was when the stepdad or the new boyfriend busts out the claw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
It's the claw.
this is the lamest guy ever.
The fact that Jim Carrey has not won an Oscar is just a crazy crime. That man is a treasure, man.
Yeah.
All right. Demonic Brawler says on April 2nd, I cashed in PTO for June 5th.
Wait, is it PTO or
That's right.
My man.
Smart move.
That's what you do. There you go. And just think,
So you're getting paid.
you're getting
play
paid
the
to
Switch.
play Switch.
Ooh.
You probably
a better
should
way to do it.
See, you should have made it a 4-day weekend, just did PTO 5th and the 6th.
Yeah.
And you could get the midnight launch on the 4th, and then you're fucking just golden for like 4 straight days.
Yeah.
Oh,
At that point, you could tell people you
by the
work
way,
for Nintendo.
while you're doing that, you could tune into my live streams of Summer Game Fest and all the rest while you get to play Switch 2. Well, I have to live react to games coming to Switch 2. Well, I have a Switch 2 that I can't play because I'm live reacting.
Yeah, I'll have the dual TV setup going.
Oh my god! I just realized
Or to tune in to the events while I'm playing. I'll be watching your stuff and obviously playing. So it's going to be busy, just nuts for all of us.
Dude, it's an insane time. Like, literally, it's like, oh, I got done with my 8-hour stream. Man, how much more Switch? Look, I made my first impression video. Oh, how much more are you going to play this weekend? Probably none, because I got to live stream everything.
Yeah.
My time to play is probably the following Monday. Anyways, if you guys see me live streaming Switch 2 games on Monday night, you'll know I'm desperate to play.
Yeah.
But Dr. 712 says, don't.
I love chat's calling him Mr. P.
Is this about
I'm gonna start carrying this around with me now.
It's a movement.
About the P Switch on Super Mario World?
No, this joke predates the Switches. And it better be a joke. See, if we're all in person in PAX West, you better watch out. You saw me smack Eric. Oh, look at that. As if it feels. Guys, by the way, people in the chat thought I was like had a paddle and I'm just beating the guys. It's a fucking wrist rest. It doesn't even hurt anything.
No,
I'll be honest. At first, I thought it was a paddle as well.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't even want to know.
Memory foam wrist rest. It doesn't even hurt. Like I'd have to really wind up hard for it to even be a little bit of a pain.
I really didn't even realize he hit me.
Yeah, I know, but I knew it would make the bop sound, and everyone in the chat's like, "Oh, that was a good bop." I'm like, God, dude. I mean, I'd have to fucking wind up super hard to make this you even feel this fucking thing.
He turns to Eric, right?
It looks
right. Eric sweating and scared.
Yeah, I didn't feel it at all.
That's it. This time, side of the face.
You're right.
At the burrito slap challenge we did. Oh my god.
Oh god.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, it was.
We bought the biggest fucking burritos for it.
Really
Anyways, Demonic Brawler saying, I love what they did with Super Mario RPG. They should make more SNES remakes. True nostalgia. Yeah, I mean, they could do more. I feel like a lot have been coming back with HD 2D. I really wish Secret Mana would have did HD 2D instead of the fucking abomination of a remake they did for that, because that was fucking ridiculous.
Yep.
Just
Chrono,
yeah.
With Secret of Evermore, Illusion of Gaia, Terranigma.
Yeah.
Terranigma.
Yeah.
That'd be a good one.
That
didn't come to the US, did it?
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's one, and I think it's translated, and they just never released it, or at least I have the translation for it.
Cool. Lovable Idiot says that Spark driver's gonna steal my stuff.
Just loaded them up with the 80 Switch 2s and peace.
Right. Jeez. And then Paul Gale Network comes in last moment. He's letting us know about tomorrow's short. He's teasing it a little bit. It's going to be rated M for mature by the ESRB PGN. He already sent it to me.
nice.
I'm kind of curious. I always get to see them all early, guys, because they get uploaded on my channel. I'm kind of curious. He said it's really short, but it's like so shorter than normal. He's been putting some long ones out lately. And are you in a bathroom right now, Paul?
The shorts keep getting more and more ridiculous every day, and I love it.
We're in a bathroom with Amiibo. What are you, Paul? Why do you have Amiibo lined in your shower?
Oh
my God! I mean, the shirt is on for right now. I don't know how it ends though. All right.
Yep.
I'm going to leave it at that. That's all the tease you guys get.
Yep.
You'll see it tomorrow morning on his channel, my channel, all the socials. He puts it up on everything. I only put it up on my channel. I never actually asked Paul if he would mind if I threw it up on Twitter and other places. We never even had the conversation.
Yeah.
He probably wouldn't give a shit.
Probably not.
All right. That is it. I don't think we missed any. I think that was all of them.
Yeah.
So thank you guys so much for all that support for the show. We appreciate it. Let's go around the room, let people know what we got going on and where you can find us. One more show left before Switch 2. Mike Odyssey.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? What's the deal? What's not a deal? What's up?
That's it?
This is the intro.
Yeah. You can advertise your stuff, Mike.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Mike Odyssey. You can find me here on YouTube. And I just had a really cool experience in the past 3 days. I was at Epic Universe, Orlando, going to Donkey Kong World, Super Mario World, no, Donkey Kong Country, Super Mario World. I got a whole bunch of content coming up on that for contract. So yeah, no, I am official. I'm now an official content creator for Universal Orlando. So I have to have my footage up by a certain time, like filmed, edited, uploaded, and on the channel. And so I uploaded.
You could have reached out to me.
What was that?
They could have reached out to me. I would have done an official.
I got 4 videos up lined up. Dude, I had a at the last minute. They told me I could have brought a +1. Like,
they always do that stuff last minute. It's always last minute. Always.
By the next event, I'll let somebody know. +1. You guys you can fly down if you want, and then attend the event.
Rock, paper, scissors.
I'm gonna have to reach out to Universal and be like, look, if you fly me down, I'll be an ambassador. I'll make the video you want.
So that content is up there right now. It's not Switch 2, so it's not doing the views. It's like evergreen. You can watch it anytime you want. I also do Monday through Friday news. The Nintenbyte Podcast is happening this Friday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. And then I'm on my way to 60K, slowly but surely. Trying to get there. It's happening. It's all good, in the hood.
All right. Oh man, we got the
I'll be back here on June 5th. Just so you know, it's been announced and confirmed by me. It's out there.
He's really trying to force me to put him on that slot. He's really trying to force it. There's so many people that want that slot. I can tell you, there's one person that has the slot guaranteed. One person. That person is Sky Sword Alyssa, and the reason she's guaranteed is she was the first person to ask, and I told her sure, and then everyone else asked.
So it's not so much force as in more like guilt trip. And so the guilt trip is more of a incentive, might say.
I understand what you're attempting to do.
That way, when the holiday comes over and they have this Super Nintendo World celebration thing, and I get that +1, niggas like, hey Mike, I'll fly down there. Okay.
Well, let's just wait and see what my mom says about PAX West before I worry about any additional flight perks I pay for out of my own pocket. But I get a ticket to go to a thing that I'd probably pay to go see anyways. Anyways, no, it's all good. Let's go check out Mike Odyssey's channel. Obviously, you get a bunch of Super Nintendo World content coming up. Going to be some cool stuff there. Now the sexy one, the one who's trying to get me to wear the shirt the way he is. Gamebird Classic.
Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, you guys can find me at Gamebird Classic here on YouTube. I make Nintendo content. Content hasn't been rolling out the last few weeks. I've been busy working on this intro, but I do have several videos planned. I'm also working on a couple of collaborations. Talk behind the scenes with Stash Man on a collaboration. Also, another YouTuber. Something a little bit different, but something that I think will be a lot of fun. So guys, definitely stay tuned. Check me out. I'm inching my way to 2K subs.
Let's do it.
Guys,
Let's do
we're
it.
getting there. I wanted to get there by Switch 2 launch, but we got less than 2 weeks. I don't think that's possible. Unless you people make it happen.
Do it right now.
Power's in your
Right
hands.
now. Well, you know what? Hold on. Let me help you out. If we get to 2K before this video ends, I'll take something from my stuff there to give away. Maybe like an app, like a Super Nintendo World wristband watch.
This video ends 3 weeks later. It just never hits end stream. We all just walk away.
Based on how many people we have here, there's 334 left right now. I mean, that would almost get them there if everyone subscribed. Almost.
Well, what I can tell you guys is I'm sorry for the slow drip of content, but I promise you, once this intro is done,
my bad.
No, it's not your bad. We haven't talked about this, but I feel like maybe a nice little 15-second outro might be nice for the channel too. Something I've been thinking about. We'll see.
Care of my
so it's the whole package. You know what I mean?
I didn't even want to bring it up because I know you've been like not making your own content because you've been working on this. I'm like, yeah, an outro would be great to go with it. Fuck.
This podcast is as important to me as my own channel. Yes, I want to grow my channel. Yes, I want to get more consistent with the content, but the value from this show and hanging out with the fans, and more importantly, building relationships with you guys and developing the friendships and just having such a sick group and sick guests on, it's equally as important to me.
I look sick, but
guys,
I'm not sick. I'm pretty healthy.
Mike, I'm talking. For the love of God, I am talking right now. I'm kidding. But yeah, check me out, guys, here on YouTube, Gamebird Classic. You guys could also find me on Twitter at _Birdmaster.
There you go. Remember, you go to him for all your stick fix needs.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah.
The Spice Lord.
Yep, I'm here and on our Clips channel.
There you go.
The what?
He's even so committed to the podcast. His username now has the Nintenbyte Podcast in it.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
I've been noticing a couple comments he makes. I'm like, dude, you're commenting more on here than you do anywhere else.
Yeah,
that happens.
Yeah,
I mean, he doesn't send a lot of text to me every day. He sends a lot of memes and videos to me.
I do, 100%.
a lot of them.
I do.
And then we get to the Stash Man, who makes me jealous with the arcade cabinets I didn't even know he had till today. How are we doing?
Great. So, okay, yeah, you can find me on YouTube at Thunderstash Gaming. Everywhere else, Thunderstash Gaming, and then Twitter, Thunderstash_YT. And I just put out my 100K subscribers video today. I haven't read the comments yet. Video. I'm going to read tomorrow. I'm going to read and reply because I want to make sure I was prepared for the podcast. But again, check that video out. I kind of explain how it all went down, the story. And again, I want to thank everyone in chat. Thank you for the help. Can't do it without you. And thank you to all of you guys. You guys have all been a part of this. Prime, Eric, Gamebird, Mike, you guys have all been a part of it. Mike, I've been on your podcast. The podcast has, it's really been great for me. I joined because I had a lot of fun with you guys. That was why I did it, because I really liked it. And it was something I look forward to every week. I did not join for any other reason. It was, you guys know that I legit just had a great time. But I think it's helped a lot in ways that I couldn't have imagined, honestly. So thank you. I appreciate you guys. And again, could not have done it without you. And I do say that in the video, but
Yeah,
thank you again. Now, for what I have planned, there's a lot. The content schedule is heavy. It's heavy duty. There's going to be a lot of heavy lifting. It's going to be like what I did for the Switch 2 experience, but like times 2 or 3. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know how much sleep I'm going to get. I'm going to give you guys my all to deliver, the impressions on everything, right? And so it's going to be heavy duty, but I'm hyped for it. It's going to be the biggest challenge for me that I've had yet with YouTube. So tune in to see if I succeed or fail at that.
All right. Man, how do I follow something like that? Guys, to put in perspective, like this 100K journey for Stash, like the first show he was ever on with us, he was at like 600 subs. Like, just, nobody really knew who he was, but we enjoyed his energy and his charisma, and he was always on time. That was the biggest thing on the Nintendo Prime podcast, is that he was one of the few guests that just never was late, always there when he was supposed to be, and added to the conversations in ways that was kind of surprising, because a lot of people that you bring on that are that small don't have the confidence. It's usually the biggest thing is the confidence to be on camera in front of a larger audience than they're accustomed to. That's the thing. It was a much larger audience in his channel. And you just, I don't know. It just worked. So when we had the conversation for the Nintenbyte podcast behind the scenes, me, Eric, Andres and stuff, we were talking, we're like, man, who's the perfect guy? Jake Randall's walking out. We're rebooting the show. Who's the perfect guy to bring in? We had a lot of interest. Mike was one of the people we considered. We considered a number of people. And it just kept coming back to Stash, being like, dude, we're just reviewing the footage. And it's like, Stash is the guy.
Mm-hmm.
I really hope he says yes. It was a very short conversation.
It was
literally the moment I even just mentioned it, you're like, I'm in. I'm like, Jesus, you don't even want the whole pitch. You don't even want the whole spiel, the whole rigmarole. You're just in. Okay. And yeah,
Thanks,
watching your channel explode pretty much from that moment on. I'm sure the podcast helped in some way. I don't know, because we do the promotions and people got to see who you were. But like, I'm really proud of you and what you're accomplishing over there. I said this to people earlier today. The dude's gonna hit 200K before I am, man. The guy's just because he makes evergreen content. That's the difference between a channel like mine. It's a news channel and evergreen content. Mm-hmm. I grow in spurts based on really big news stories. But when you make evergreen content, it just consistently goes and goes and goes once it starts. Like, Stash isn't dropping new videos all the time, but his old videos just keep stacking the views. That's what happens. Evergreen reviews are evergreen. So really happy for his channel. Really excited to see where it goes. Really excited for your Switch 2 coverage, because
thanks, man.
Your Switch 2 experience coverage, and I've said this before, was the best. You did better than the big
100%.
The big outlets. Even you're one person and your wife helping, and you outdid like IGN's coverage. Insane.
That's crazy.
Shouldn't even be possible.
I don't know how he did it. I swear to God, I don't even know.
So that was. Yeah, you were talking to us behind the scenes that you were having a problem with the footage, and we're trying to help you out with that. You're like, we're switching editors mid thing, and I'm like. I
switched editing software, guys, mid because it wasn't picking up the HDR. I'm like, this doesn't do it justice.
Yeah. So we're trying to help you as much as we can to like be like, oh, you want to get this stuff out, and then you made it a point, dude. The big outlets have fuck all right now. I got to get this out now. Mm-hmm. I'm like, yeah. Stash even knew the big outlets were dropping the ball. They weren't giving the fans what they wanted that couldn't go to this thing.
Well. This was that was a golden opportunity, because again, I signed up for every location for every time. I didn't get selected. And then I get an email a week before saying, hey, a spot opened up. It was like, oh shit. Like,
and in New York, right?
This was a godsend. Yeah.
New York, the very first one too.
And I had never been there.
Yeah. Crazy, man.
I was worried about getting lost. I had a friend named Kevin who got lost in New York, I think back in like 93, and I was concerned about it. Yeah.
Did you find him at the Christmas tree?
Yeah. I actually found him by the pigeon lady.
Oh, okay.
That's the first one I looked for. But no, you know what? here's the thing though.
Little music at the end.
We have another, like, that was a golden opportunity, but we have another one now, which is why I'm like, this is why I'm going so aggressive on that content. It's because, you know, the media is not getting it, apparently, right? That's what we talked about.
Yeah, the media is not, well, they're getting the system, but they're only getting it like a day or two before, so they won't have like any content ready.
And then with Thor Game Fest going on, they're gonna be like very
that's the thing. That's what the big complaint was, like, yeah, we got a couple days to work on stuff, but we're not really gonna have anything ready yet. And then all of a sudden, Summer Game Fest, and now we got to shift. It's like, yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm always at a disadvantage.
I'm covering Summer Game Fest too, and guess what? I'm still getting content out, and I'm all by myself.
Exactly. And I know you're still gonna get content out. I thought about that too.
Julia already knows, and she's already mad at me. I'm like, what do you? I don't know what you want me to do. It's go time.
These big outlets have all the resources at their fingertips, and I
was thinking about going to Summer Games Fest this year, but I don't know.
Were you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a long drive for me. I go to the Game Awards every year. I've been going to that like every year for like the last 4 or 5 years.
You know, I considered going to that last year, and I mentioned it to Michaela.
A great show
when I was talking to her about PAX, and I was like, you know, maybe this is the year that we all end up going to the Game Awards. With the group.
Yeah, if you guys ever go, let me know. I go like every year, so I'll be there. That's right.
We got to talk to Paul Gale. Maybe get us looped into the after party.
Yeah, that would be cool.
That'd be sick. I know he gets into it sometimes. So, oh man, that'd be awesome. Well, all right, guys. Well, I'm Nintendo Prime. You guys know what's up. If you don't know me because you're seeing me on other channels, you're hearing me for the first time, or the Nintenbyte Podcast came up for the first time because we apparently are one of the top Nintendo podcasts in the world. Don't know how the hell that happened, but we ain't number one. So we got to keep climbing.
That's right.
Not
More
yet.
work to be done.
Nintendo voice chat coming for you. Nintendo podcast. Yeah, you're gonna Nintendo the fuck out of here, and we're gonna
your days are numbered.
Yeah, beat them up, coming for you.
Yeah, and Topic is coming after you too. Whatever.
The top is coming for my ass. So, all right, we're coming for you all. No, but seriously, we are trying to grow the show. We'll see what the next steps are for it. Obviously, we keep doing our thing. It keeps growing. We'll see what happens after Switch 2 comes out, because then we get into more impression stuff. But there's also going to be a flood of news. That's a crazy thing about June, is that you think things would slow down, and nope. It just gets crazier, and then there's probably a direct. It's go time. You got to be like, here's the crazy thing about this podcast, guys. It's a little over a year old, right? We're still within the month of when we started it a year ago. And we started in the worst year of Switch.
Yeah, we did.
Yep. The worst time to start a new podcast, where there's fuck all going on for a year that people really care to talk about. And yeah, here we are, one of the largest channels. And now just imagine what the next years are going to be when it's a whole new generation with all the big games still to come.
Did I make that logo?
Huh?
Did I make did I make the logo?
You inspired the logo heavily.
Which one? The logo for the
the logo for the Nintenbyte Podcast. So
I made the your logo, right?
You did the Nintendo Prime one. This one was funny. You and I were fucking around with AI prompts.
Yeah.
And then I took it to a real artist, and I tried to get them to make some cool shit. They fucking sucked at it. It was the dude. I'm like, I'm trying to pay people, and you guys are fucking sucking really bad. So then I'm like, you know what? We're gonna take this prompt that we got, that you and I got, and then I took it to Andres Restart, and I said, we got to make this like usable and not look like it's made by AI. But hey, there you guys go. Nintenbyte Podcast originally inspired the logo by AI. I hate it, but I tried.
I mean, it's a good way to use the tool.
Trying to get someone to make a good logo, and they fucking sucked.
It was not good.
Yeah, it was bad.
But it's a good tool to come up with an idea so that you can take that to a real artist, and then they can kind of.
Yeah, and they still sucked.
Yeah,
like I spent hundreds of dollars, and I'm like, I'm done spending money. Hey, Andres, can you like fuck around with this? You're better at Photoshop shit than me, and make it look good.
Restart.
Yeah,
I made his logo too.
Yeah, I know you did. and then he went ahead. Our thumbnail layout. That's Andres Restart. He made that for us.
Yeah.
So we
He's
have an
the thumbnail
amalgamation
king.
helping with the concept of the logo shit, and then Andres Restart doing one. And Andres Restart's not even part of the show anymore.
Yeah. If you guys need a new logo for your
Well,
channel, I'm here.
I
I
want-
can do it for you for free.
I want to share a story about my logo, not with like the vaporwave background. I have it on it now, but just the SNES, the Super Famicom controller with the wings coming out of it with the Game Bird Classic. One of my really good friends, he is the lead art designer at Insomniac.
Oh,
and
nice.
I asked him, I was like, hey, will you do a logo? Can I pay you to make a logo for me? He's like, yeah, just buy me a beer sometime.
Can I
And
buy you a beer?
made me a logo. I mean, he did it in like 15 minutes, you know.
That's awesome.
But he's like, will you tell me what you want? And so I drew like with crayons because I thought it would be really funny to submit one in
Oh, yeah,
crayon.
that's-
I drew
Yeah,
in
that's
crayon
good.
on like notebook paper
You should put on
that logo.
that.
And he just did it up in Photoshop for me. But
Oh.
I always like to. I also have a really cool back by those first four figures. He drew after Breath of the Wild came out. He drew a picture of Ganondorf with the what do you call it, with the fountain pen and the ink and stuff.
Oh,
That's like beautiful.
Ah.
Do you guys want to see it? Actually,
Yeah.
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 okay. Hold on. Let me grab it.
Hey, well, Gamebird grabs that. I want to let everybody know that Mario Kart 8 Deluxe just received another update to version 3.0.5.
Oh
It
Lord.
was just released less than 30 minutes ago.
What did it add any?
General fixed issue where when player creates ghost data for 3DS Music Park stage, after fulfilling particular conditions for the time trials, the data could not be uploaded. It is
Jeez,
now fixed.
that sucks. Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
if you thought you had a final version on cartridge of Mario Kart, you do not. Which is why I will continue to wait until I buy that final physical version.
It's basically key cards. It's basically key cards.
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
it is. It's basically key cards. There
It
we go.
is because there's so many updates. I swear to you, that is true.
It's perfectly playable without it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
there's bugs. There's always game bugs. All right, I got to see this thing. Hold on. We got to full screen you.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So he did this one. He always puts a wax seal. He's like super into pirates and stuff. So he does like
Dude, that
he
is
has like his
awesome.
signature on
Yeah,
the
like
wax seal.
That's
But yeah,
like-
he just did this one up with the fountain pen at my work. I used to work at a bar in Los
dude.
Angeles.
Good talk. You
And,
talking about my logo? I'm looking for a new logo for my channel, but I don't want to make it because I don't like to do my own stuff.
You mean you want a different style?
I wanna ump it. It looks like a little kid's like daycare now. Right now, I don't like it anymore.
Look, tell him I'll buy him a 6-pack of beer.
I'll buy him a
He
6-pack.
designs the Nintenbyte logo.
I'll buy him a non-alcoholic 6-pack.
We need a redesigned logo for Switch 2's launch.
I ask him all the time for what's going on at his company. But
Of course you do. Why would
all
you?
the time.
Why
Yeah.
not? All right. All right. Well, you can find Nintendo Prime anywhere. Nintendo Prime, Ninty Prime, or Nintendo Prime. That's always the username. If it's anyone else, I apologize. I'm pretty much only really active on YouTube and then over on X/Twitter. I every now and then I dabble on Blue Sky or I have a Facebook page with like 50K followers. I just literally ignore. Like they don't exist. I'm so sorry, guys. My bad. But anyways, yeah, that's pretty much where you can find me out. This podcast is also streamed over on my Twitch channel as well, which is Nintendo Prime TV over on there. If you want to end up watching on Twitch instead of YouTube, your comments will still appear on our back end if you do, comment over there. But or if you do like bits or whatever, I don't even know if that's even active over on that channel anymore. Anyways, we also have the Nintenbyte Podcast Clips channel.
Mm-hmm.
Eric did briefly bring it up, but we do have a clips channel. He has got a bunch of clips ready to go. I just got to send them live. I've been still stupidly busy, but you know what? I'm going to start making it part of my morning routine. One of the first things I do when I get into work, send the clip live, get it out of the way. Just like if I can get Paul Gale's stuff up every morning, I can get a clip out. So we'll get it done. We'll get
Pretty much all you need is a thumbnail.
Yeah, it's pretty much a thumbnail. I edit the title a little bit sometimes, but anyways, yeah. So go check out the Clips channel because it's a way to digest our podcast in smaller chunks because we know it's a long show and that's just the way some people prefer to digest podcasts in smaller chunks. Or, we got told in person a billion times,
Right.
people love the long show.
Yes, they do.
Maybe because we're the longest Nintendo podcast, because there isn't any podcast that runs as long as ours. Maybe that's part of the key that we're so popular. I have no idea.
It was so many people that said that we helped them get through their job.
Yeah.
And
life.
They just did
stress.
Overnights. A lot of people that work overnights were like
long commutes.
Yep.
So, hey, all you folks that I know are listening, you're welcome.
Yeah, right.
Look, we've been trying to get this show cut down to 2.5 hours, 2.5 hours, 2.5. We think that's a fuck. Every time we get close, it just goes the opposite direction. You know what? At this point, the show is what it is because people fucking love it. So why fix what ain't broke? Apparently,
no.
Make it longer. Make it longer. Like
the only people that care are our guests.
You know what I think the answer is?
8 hours.
No,
8 hours.
Variable show times.
Yeah.
Variable. Nintendo style.
Yeah.
It's almost like the showtimes are variable. Sometimes it's 3.5, sometimes it's 4.5. Every now and then it's 2.5.
Every now and then it's 5.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
You guys are awesome. We'll catch you same time next week. Same day next week. Can't say that for the week after, but we'll talk about that next week. I usually tease our guests for next week. Next week we have Demeech coming on for the very first time. And then we have Mr. Robot Joe coming back and Favlam. So we got kind of a bigger cast next week. Everyone's excited to get in for that final Pre-Switch 2 show. All right, guys. See you next week.
Later.